Hi, friends. Good evening, and welcome to our IBM TV regular updates world news. And today is Wednesday, and we have a lot of startups lined up. And today we have Willie joining us from Australia, Kimberly joining us from North Carolina, and Ankit, myself, joining from Delhi. Good evening, namaste, and stay blessed. And I think today is Earth Day, so we wish you a very happy Earth Day. And it's the 50th Earth Day that we are celebrating for our humanity. And this is a good time for Earth to reboot everything what's going on. And I think that's how we can celebrate by staying at home and trying to keep the lockdown in favor of our humanity and our Earth. But what do you think, Kim and Willie?
Absolutely. We need to recharge our batteries. We as people and the earth. Very nice. Very nice.
I think that's what happened. And this month's, you know me and my books, right? So anyway, this month's National Geographic, which came out, was probably written before COVID-19 happened. And they were talking about all of the things that we need to fix in our Earth, right? The ozone layer, the mark of humanity, and things like that. And now we're seeing the Himalayas, we're seeing the rainbows in the sky, we're seeing the blue sky somewhere over the rainbow. And so everything that they were talking about, we're seeing happen without having to do anything other than the fact that the earth has taken a sabbatical, right?
Absolutely.
So just like humans do, okay, you have to rest. And we've never let the earth officially do her rest. But everything that this book was writing about that we need to be doing, we've already done. And just by shutting down for a month or so. And I think happy birthday, Earth Day, you know, and awareness, what is left. And Kit brings this up many times, is all the plastic still in the ocean. I think we need to cast our nets, and instead of catching fish, we need to catch the plastic. And I think if we do that, we will have made a serious impact.
And also, I think it would be the right time to utilize the plastic and convert it into the PPEs and to the seals and to what else we require, maybe helmets and things like that, because that should be what can be a beautiful gift we can give back to Earth.
Right. And back to humanity. Yeah. And that's a concern because for the last week or so, several weeks, we have heard extreme stress from people not having enough PPEs in the hospitals.
Yeah.
And it's not just in the U.S. And then I get other comments from people saying, "Oh, you're hyping up things," but this is data, real stories from real people. None of us want to hear that we have a friend that has been in contact with it. I have made friends because of this show who have been in contact with COVID patients. One of my friends, the same thing happened to her at the hospital. She's now in lockdown and scared. Her family's very, very scared. She's, my age. Our kids grew up together. And, we're all scared. And I'm just trying to give her facts. She's part of the medical industry, so hopefully she's getting the best of the best, right?
Yeah.
But our frontliners don't have the PPE they need. And we need to be concerned about that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And one of the things that's happened, because I'm originally from Fiji, so they say they were going to open up schools for the kids to go back to schools. And I said, okay, we'll do that. Does the teachers have PPE? When I said go back to schools, it's the parents going to the school to pick up the children's work. It wasn't the kids themselves going to the school. So I said, okay, we'll open up the school. Does the teachers have PPE? Yes, let's do it if the teachers have PPE. If they don't have PPE, let's keep the school in lockdown, and when they do have, then we'll open, because that's the only option to do. Otherwise, you're putting lives at risk.
Exactly. I cannot agree with you more. I mean, why would we want to put people we love on the front line? And this is what I'm talking and trying to express to people that, we're not in panic mode. We're talking very level headed here.
Absolutely.
But, we've all been in lockdown. We're all concerned about our paycheck. The government's working on that issue. But right now, let's don't ruin the efforts we have applied, right? We've all been in this lockdown mode for weeks. We're all probably pulling our hair out by now. But at the end of the day, if we rush into reentry, right? If we listen to the protesters and we just boom, okay, go back out, what's going to happen? We're going to have reinfections. We're going to have more people getting worse. And we still don't know enough about the disease to say, okay, go ahead. Because we know we're learning from China that people are either getting reinfected or the disease really doesn't leave the body. It goes into a remission. And but for whatever reason, people were sent home. Everything was fine. Everybody was well, but they get sick again. So what do you do about this, right? But you use this data, right? Not for fear, not to be afraid. You use this data to be smart, to think about what is our next steps. How do we approach this? This is good data. And this is data from China. So we don't want to cut China off because we're mad at them because this disease spread. We kind of want to open that door and see if we can, learn from them. They were the first to have to deal with this. There's been rumors that they'll be first with the vaccine. Hoorah, great. But if they make a vaccine and share the patent license so that people can make it themselves and research and test it, then this will be a great new bridge that we can build. But we shall see. And that's not the way things work. As we have seen in the past, most of the times pharmaceutical companies will come up with an answer or a solution, and then they charge the bejeebies out of everybody for this answer. And that is not how things should work. We also, the economics, right? When you look at this, people are so concerned about the downtrend of our economy, our jobs. There are people that are actually homeless in the US now because of it. We had a lawmaker come in. She came in at the very beginning of this, and she asked the Congress and the Senate to pass an immediate law that says nobody can become homeless because of this. But people are becoming homeless because of this. And we heard this from the economist, Dan, what's his name, Brooks, that came on our show the other day. And he was the professor out there in California. And he said, no, people are becoming homeless because of this. So we got to become humans again, not about money. We got to humanity. I mean, in India, Kit, has anyone become homeless because of this?
So in India, I mean, you know that we have 1.3 billion of people living in the country, and there are some people who are homeless before, COVID.
Right.
And
That's
during
before.
COVID, that's before. But during COVID, I don't think anyone is homeless just because of COVID. But maybe the possibility that if there is some, thunderstorm or maybe something like that, that might be a case. But I don't think so. Because of COVID, someone is homeless.
Right.
That's the case.
Willie, what about your country down under in Australia?
Now, I don't think that's been the case. There hasn't. What I try and do during the day is just catch up on what's happening locally, just watch news segments, and specifically and just see if that's anything like that's happened, but that's not been the case. What has increased is an anti-China sentiment. That's a crazy. There's been like 2-3 cases of Asian or Chinese people walking and get racially abused.
Yeah.
They've had 2 cases like that. So I'm not sure whether that's a trend or whether that's just people.
That's a frustration, I think. That's more of a frustration. That happened in India as well. There are a lot of Chinese people living in India from so long, and they are a part of our culture. But because of the stress and the mental I
Yep.
mean,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
problem or maybe something which is hard enough. So, I mean, that's happening, and that I mean that's the part of our general, maybe normal belief. You know what happened in Italy? Before the outbreak in Italy, there was a campaign that you need to hug a Chinese because no one was accepting the Chinese people in Italy because what's happening in China and what started happening in Italy. So they had a campaign that you need to hug Chinese. So those Chinese people were standing with a play card, and then anyone can go and hug them. And while doing it, virus spread it automatically. And if I show you the video,
Okay.
if I show you the videos, you'll be amazed what happened at that time and what's happening now in Italy. It's a reverse
Okay.
cycle, and I can't believe why they have such kind of a campaign going on. And people were participating unknowingly, they hugging people. I mean, they don't know.
Why not namaste? But this many years ago, one of my bosses pulled me aside because I was always trying to help everybody, right? And sometimes when you do that, it comes back on you. And
Yes.
but and he told me, he said, Kim, good intentions are the road to hell, right? They don't always end up the way you intended them to in your heart, and it will break you sometimes. That was a good intended move, right? Hug a Chinese, right? Welcome to our country. But by hugging each other, you spread this horrible disease. So the good intention was their road to hell. And but that doesn't mean you should stop good intentions, right? Just be smarter about them
Absolutely.
and what you do and how you do it. And sometimes we rush to a answer where they rush to hugging. They could have just as easily said namaste or invite them to lunch. Um, I've met homeless people. Always say, don't talk to homeless, don't give them money, and I don't generally give them money. But what I will do is maybe take them to a bite to eat, right? I will buy the food. I'm not going to give them money, or I'll go pick them up groceries, right? So we got to just think through how we use our good intentions. I might be wrong here, but having our conversations, I feel like that we don't need to close the door to China. I think all of that attitude that Trump did, it built a chip on shoulders. And instead of becoming transparent with us when the pandemic happened, it just developed a bigger chip. And I think that bridges need to be built, not walls right now. And history has shown us. This is what I tell people when people want to build walls. I go, there have been walls all over the world. Germany and China, but where are they now? What do they be used for? Most of the time, it's a piece of artwork, right? Because people tear them down and they use them as a monument of history or a piece of artwork. And this is why I tell people we don't need to waste our money on walls. We need to become smart. We need to figure out the problem and get a real solution, and figure out how to work with people. And if there might be a point that you just can't, but it doesn't mean every Chinese person is bad. It just
Absolutely.
True.
Absolutely.
I meet a lot of people of different cultures that are not healthy to do business with. China, I met a lot of people from China, but it was the corporate level, high
Yes.
level people, and I realized I just can't do business with them. But the Japanese, I always had good results with Japanese, or but you don't stereotype. And this is what I'm afraid of. Hi, namaste. How are you doing today?
Very,
Oh,
very
look
good.
how beautiful green your shirt is for Earth Day. I didn't even think about wearing bright green for Earth Day.
I don't think I chose it deliberately. Just part of my wardrobe.
It's called synchronicity. It's called synchronicity.
Probably.
There you go. Wednesday weekday. We have a TV show that's trying to get launched. We have several TV shows actually. This has been such a positive experience. We've got several TV shows that are going to be trying to launch. People please be patient with this because it takes a while to get them off. Alexandra May's Musical Cafe is going to be starting on Sundays. It's a means to just feel like you've walked out into a cafe while you're sitting at home feeling like you're all tied up. She's very energizing and she's got some lineups. Let me tell you, that girl shook a leg and said, hey, let's make this work. And she's
She
got
is very talented. Very.
yes, her voice. She doesn't need musical adjusters. I mean, she has studied in theater. She just has that natural talent, and I think the world is going to see what she's made of. But she's got a lineup for interviews, so her show is not going to be boring. There is not going to be any dead time either, is there, Ann Kit?
But Kim, whose show is boring?
What?
You said her show is not boring, but whose show is boring?
Well, ours isn't either. There's a lot of boring shows out there, though. There's a lot
We are
of
not
boring.
talking about that. I mean, I'm talking. We are concerned about IBM.
Oh no, I don't think we have anything boring. What I'm saying is that you're going to get energized, right? So instead of at 3:00 Sunday afternoon, there are no more sports to watch, right? But here we've got all of this music, and she's going to have just a huge lineup of people to interview, to have really intelligent conversations like we do here. And she's working on it. Like she's got the show planned out and ready to go. I love working with her. I love working with people with that kind of energy. And Ann Kit and I are working on other shows where doctors who have been on our show are going to come on and share their expertise. These are world famous doctors. These are very high up in their professions and highly respected. And and this is what I tell people: this isn't watching like media news where somebody's reiterating and gurgitating the data, 50 times over on the grapevine. This is the real people. This is the real stories. And this is what makes it fun and not boring. And thank you, Ann Kit. There's nobody boring on IBM TV. Yeah. Nick won't allow it, will he? Nick's not boring either. That's how Nick and I got started. He kept talking about, I want to do this financial literacy TV show where it's not boring. And I go, okay, financial literacy is boring. You got my attention. How are you going to make this not boring? So work with Nick for a while. Go ahead.
I teach some students in New Zealand. And one of the things that they did, oops, my hair is all in all directions. One is standing up.
Alfalfa.
At least you have some. I don't have any.
And I remember there was a young girl who would say that, how relevant is what we are being taught in school, and a lot of people don't even know how to write a check. School children should know these things, though, of course, and with internet banking, checks are more or less getting out of date. But how to handle a credit card, because most people, as soon as they join university, at least in New Zealand, they get a student allowance, which is a grant from the government. You don't have to pay it back, but you do get a student loan, which you have to pay back. And I remember people, taking a student loan and buying a music system with it, or a television with it.
Wow.
And that's not what it was meant for.
No.
And then you'll end up with a huge debt. And though the rate is very, very low, then they struggle when they have to, they get a job and then they struggle repaying that, and they run into, credit risks, and all that kind of thing. So financial literacy is a major issue, especially in societies where credit is so easily given.
And you're, where you talk about the student loan program, I saw that a lot over the years, where they do send the students the money as opposed to giving it to the university for the diversity of, diversing their money for books and things they need. Whereas I thought it was interesting. My son's school was a private school up in New York, and they would take the grant money directly to the school. He never touched the money. Now he would have been, out of all of them, he would have been a miser. He would have made money with it. Just because he doesn't spend money crazy. He's very, very responsible, thank God. But a lot of students that were getting the money handed to them, they were going out buying cars, that were, new clothes. But his school, also with his student loans that we managed to get as well on top of the grants, went straight to the school. I never touched them. They never came to me. They never came to him. I made a deal with him, though. If you graduate with good grades, you will not have to pay a dime. I will take care of all of it. Your job, your only job, you don't have to go out and get a job. Your only job is to make good grades and do what the school wants you to do. That's it. And so that was my deal with him. But many children, I talked to them or their parents, when they graduated, they had a $250,000 debt.
It's because you take a business approach. You're an entrepreneur. You take a business approach. So unconsciously, you said you had a deal with him.
Yes, I did.
But when you have a deal with him, then there's a responsibility with the deal.
Yes, I did.
That is very interesting. A lot of parents do not make deals with their children.
I do it a lot with my kids.
One way entitlement kind of train, a gravy train which they keep handing out to their children, and children think they become entitled.
Yes.
When they become entitled, they say, "No, this has got to be given to us. This has got to be given to us." And I came across, when I was with a group in New Zealand, where I had just been to India, and I bought a pair of really fancy trainers. And a young boy, he must have been about 5 or 6 years old, he said, "How come you got those trainers? That shouldn't be allowed." I was laughing, I was thinking, he was from a family which gets the dole. In New Zealand, you get the dole for life.
What
There
is
are people
that?
who've
Explain
been
that.
on life on dole for 27 years, and 30 years and things like that. I remember Dame Kirita Kanova, who was the famous singer, classical singer. She met her classmate from school, and she asked him, "What have you been doing?" And he said, "Oh, I've been doing nothing. I've been on the dole." And she just took off on him. She just said, tore strips off him, and everybody pounced on her, saying that, "Okay, you're lucky you made it." It's not luck. She worked hard to get to that position, to be a Rolex ambassador. People don't realize that.
No, they don't. They just see the cover of the book. They don't ever see the journey and the story that is in the book. That's one of the reasons why I love doing the TV show with Nick. Was we were sharing the journey and the stories, and we talked to everyone. Like you said, nobody taught them how to do a check. Write a check or reconcile their bank accounts, or how to respect a credit card. A credit card can get you into a lot of trouble. And I saw this time and again as an entrepreneur, but also I was a bookkeeper when I was in high school. And sometimes through life, I would do bookkeeping just to pick up a job here or there to get some income. And I would see it time and again where young adults would get that credit card and just get themselves in so much trouble. And I think that's a conversation they don't have in school, right? Uh-oh, where do I hear children?
There's a lot of background voice from your end.
That's happy noise.
There's a little bit issue with the sound.
Background.
I'll rejoin. I'll rejoin. I'll leave and rejoin.
Okay. Sounds like life is back happy for him. Right? We didn't hear all those happy voices when he was in his quarantine period. So that makes me feel good. That makes me feel good.
So I want to mention one thing. I think Rakesh ji must be aware about it that in India, education loan is far more costly than a home loan. And I mean, when someone takes an education loan, it's very difficult for that person to pay back because most of them is the duty of the parents to return back the loan, and that's how it works. I don't know why we don't have a policy globally that education loan should be minimalistic and can be accessible based on what you want to do and how you want to do. What happens is that
Depends on the government.
Well, you
Yes,
know,
It depends on the government because the government literally underwrites the educational loans in New Zealand. Traditionally, it's riskier because you don't know whether that person will even pass this course. You know,
or pay
traditionally
back
it's
the
riskier.
loan.
pay back the loan. Yeah.
So, you know, it's the loan process again in the U.S. is intended to enslave the children to the top 1% of the country and to the banks. And I've been saying this for a long time. I think Nick is finally agreeing with me. But when I look at it, you know, to me, a student loan should be a very low percentage rate and extended out in a way that it doesn't cost more than a mortgage, right? But our interest rates on student loans are not one consistent flat rate. It's based on each semester, and you pay. And so one semester at 7%, another semester at 5%, another semester at 6%. So you can't even figure out how to pay it back. You know, I was sitting there going, "Thank God I told my son I was going to do this for him because he would have gone crazy trying to figure out how that worked." I understand bookkeeping and I almost went crazy. And I contacted the government because what they did is they make you think this is through the government, but it's not. The entity is a private entity, a bank. And what they're doing is they're screwing these kids. But we let it happen because you're desperate for an education. And you know, you want your children to be educated, and that's what one of the interviewers that I had on our show one time said. He goes, "Well, Kim, the student loan system is fabulous because if it weren't for the student loan program, millions of children would not get to go to college." And I find that really a wrong statement because we have several states in the United States, and they have an in-state student program. And if you were good through high school and you maintained A's and B's, you know, the top grades, and you did an extracurricular activity and you volunteered, in other words, you showed that you were a good steward, your education was free. And this came out of the state. So if those states can do it, why can't the other states do it? So that's
absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree with you.
I mean, if you were,
But I believe one more thing that there are a lot of students who understands that studies and education is more important. Maybe once they are in their teenage or maybe a little higher, and then that's how they decided that now I have to study and do something professionally or maybe because they understand what is what is education and how education brings the career impact. And but the credits, as we say, the credit ratings, so that educational credit ratings are not as good as it should be of the previous classes. So at that time, it's a difficult scenario because no one is ready to recommend them. No one is ready to give them the money for education they want. And in fact, the parents are also a little hopeless that my my boy is not good enough for masters or maybe higher studies. So and that's the story of most of the Indians. I mean, Rakesh, you know that we Indians, we are very caliber. We have a lot of hurdles in between while growing up, and there are a lot of things going on. I think Dr. Tulla would also agree. To be a doctor in India, it's difficult because we have limited seat with so many applications, and then lot of things going around. What do you think, Dr. Tulla, about it?
Actually, if you look at it, I would say now relatively it has become little easier as compared to our generation, and it was even difficult for a generation which was earlier than us,
My
because at
generation.
that time, yes, no, I won't say that. You and me look of the same age. I guess I must compliment you. I don't know how young you are. I don't consider anyone old. So since we are into an industry which keeps people young, so I never address anyone as old. So my only thing, so this happens in my practice also whenever I'm asking an age, because we need to have a chronological age to get an idea. So we are always asking this question, that how young are you? That
Right,
gives
how
us that
young are you?
liberty of skirting the age issue. Or we can always address that how mature are you, rather than saying how old are you.
Yeah,
So
I will say this. I sit on the board of advisors at NC State University, and we had a meeting this week. And one of their biggest concerns, and I was so proud of them, was our international students. They're very concerned because they feel like, and no offense to other countries, Americans always feel like, we're providing the superior everything, but they feel like that a lot of people will not get the quality of education um, that they were hoping for if we close those doors and they're not able to come to the university. And I don't think it's always that way, but hearing that maybe potentially that the limited resources in other countries, but I was proud that they were taking that as a concern, that how do we get and reach the international students. And honestly, majority of the international students that have been coming to the program were coming in on grants. It wasn't bleeding them financially, right? It wasn't like we wanted the international students because they were paying us. They were very proud that the program was offering an opportunity for global connection and knowledge. So I agree with Dr. Tula. I heard little kids back there. How many children do you have?
yeah, so I have got two kids, ma'am. Kim, I've got a daughter who is around 8 years and a son who is 6.
Wow. Well, are you planning for their college education?
They're too young at the moment. Let's see how it goes. I mean, it's honestly, we're a little laid back as compared to the typical Indian parents, because we've realized how the grind is. And I am a little bit more, I mean, I have a little off the record thinking on that I always believe that, I mean, they will do what they want to do. I mean, I am not that typical, I mean, hard pressed Indian father who wants them to excel at everything, because I've also realized that we had parents who were pushing us. So, I mean, though we have done decent in life, but I don't want them to be, I mean, pushed too much. I believe that, I mean, we should let them be. I mean, when the time is there, we'll do what we want to do for them. But I presume at this moment, they're too young. We should let them live their life as fullest as possible.
No, that's because, and let me tell you why. All too often, they'll get at that age and shift gears on you, and you'll think, oh, they're going to be a world famous pianist. Yeah, you invested in all these piano lessons and music lessons, and they get to college. Oh, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm tired of it. Time out. Um,
So I would like to welcome Ganesh sir
Ganesh,
on our show today.
Namaste.
Rajini sir, namaste. How are you doing?
Namaste. Yeah, how are you? Yeah, I'm fine. So I had problems joining in, so I have about 10 minutes. So sorry, I think I got a wrong link
We
or
can't hear you
something.
properly. I think you need to fix.
Put your mic. No, ask him to put his mic up to his mouth.
Yeah, yeah. Is this better?
Yes,
Yeah.
way
Great,
better.
great. Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was saying that I had trouble joining in with the link, so I have about 10 minutes. Sorry to be late. Yeah, please
No,
go ahead.
no,
No
that's
problem, no problem.
okay. Tell us how things are going. Where are you at?
Yeah, Ankit, go ahead. Yeah.
So, sir, can you share what's happening in Bangalore and how the industry is shaping up in terms of fighting with the COVID and surviving the business in Bangalore?
Yeah, so pretty much from a startup environment, I think it's because of the lockdown across the country, things are in a standstill situation. So um, most of the businesses are affected by lockdown. Some rare business like healthcare and like online deliveries have seen a huge bump up. We have a company called Big Basket that does online grocery that has seen a 10x increase in the number of orders. Obviously, the capacity is limited because people can't go out and they don't want to go to physical stores. So online business has gone up. Healthcare is a mixed bag. There are discretionary healthcare services like physiotherapy and all have got stopped because they got postponed. On the other hand, elder care, chronic care has come up, and things like chemotherapy, which was never done at home before, and dialysis, which normally is not done at home. A lot of those home dialysis, home chemotherapy, and those businesses have come up. Um, in terms of the startup funding scenario, wherever the companies were in the process of raising money, companies were in the process of got term sheets, due diligence was going on. All of this has come to a pretty much standstill because people want to wait and see what happens. Still, people are not going back on their commitment, but we expect companies that have finalized the deal should go through, even though it will take place slowly. But new deals are not happening in the venture capital space, primarily because the investors and venture capitalists and everybody is pretty much busy with handling the current portfolio companies, fulfilling the commitment than looking at new deals. We are hoping, at least in Karnataka, in some of the states, on 2nd or 3rd of May, the lockdown will get lifted. Some of the cities like Noida, like Mumbai, are in slightly worse shape,
Yeah.
where the lockdown is likely to get extended. So that's going to be more of a problem. So pretty much uh, clear, uncertain situation, but
Yeah.
everybody is up and handling. The good news in India, compared to many of the other countries, uh, we still are not in a bad situation, even though it's too early to pop the champagne, because I think we need to give it another 2 to 3 weeks before we can really contain it. Because India, given the density of population and the number of population, the challenges are too many. But
I
startups
agree.
are.
Yeah.
I agree.
And so, I mean, because we get a lot of, feedback from startups. They were watching you live on Monday, and they wanted to know that if they have to close their startup because of the uncertain things, I mean, what should they do? I mean, should they plan a new business idea
New
at this point of time,
approach.
look for a job? What's your advice to them?
No, so I think it's very tough. It
Can
depends on the
you just
situation.
shift the mic? We can't hear you, sir. Can you just?
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you
Is
go.
this better? Is this better?
Just move
Yeah,
it straight here. Move it to your right here. There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah. Okay, okay. Is
That's
this
good.
better?
Yes.
yeah,
So, Ankit, that's a tough question. Depends a lot upon what sector, what startup that you are in.
yeah,
Okay. Very, very clearly at a macro level, any such pandemic, any such major black swan event will help a new startup, will help a new entrepreneur, and it will be challenging for an existing incumbent with lot of legacy strength and legacy issues. So it's a good time for people to come in, start and disrupt. So that's the macro view. On the micro level, it depends on the sector. Certain sectors obviously are very badly affected. So if you are in a travel startup sector, if you are in a sector that requires a lot of brick and mortar, a sector that requires, say, high-end fashion, luxury goods, these are all sectors. If you're an entrepreneur in these startup sectors, it will take a long time for it to recover. So you are better off shutting the startup, getting into a job, or getting into a new startup that benefits from a pandemic or a COVID-19 situation. Crisis like this always gives new opportunities. So obvious ones are video conferencing, remote working, healthcare, immunity building products. So lots of these will benefit. Online education, all of those are good sectors to be in, provided you have the skill set and you have the ability to be able to enter these sectors. Unfortunately, people will not get into jobs that easily because nobody is hiring.
yeah,
Lot of freeze on hiring. Chances that you'll be able to find a job is pretty difficult unless you
yeah,
happen to have very specific skill set for it. So my advice is, firstly, don't take any decision for the next 2 to 4 weeks. We don't know how bad things are going to be, what will
yeah,
be the new normal, how much the recovery period is going to be. None of it is known. Trying to take a knee jerk reaction, trying to take an action during this time, it will be wrong. Wait till end of May, then take a decision. Very difficult to raise money. new startup will not get money. So it has got to be a startup that has got strong unit economics, does
Yeah.
not depend upon venture capital, risk capital to raise money. Is that the situation in US too, or how do you see things in US panning out in terms of
Oh yeah,
stock?
I wish Nick were on because his data is a lot stronger now. We took a nosedive. The problem is we can't agree amongst ourselves to even shut down. So we're not ever going to get control of the pandemic situation so that we can rein in our economics. We just got our first. Some just got their first stimulus check and they ran out of money. They ran out of money for businesses. They were trying to put up money for businesses. We did have a few or one ethical company give back the stimulus check of $10 million to the governor or government,
Wow, wow.
and yeah, and told them give this to the people who really need it. We don't really need it right now. Now they have close to 500 employees per franchise location, so they could have probably used it, but they said, you know what, we were smart. We have reserve, and we're going to get through this as long as we can. Give this to people who really need it. Now there are not that many ethical companies like that. There's going to be a lot that took the money and paid their upper crust, right?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is Harvard going to do that, or Harvard is not going to return that money?
What do you mean?
No,
Harvard Business School.
Harvard Business, Harvard University apparently got money from the government, which uh, the President Donald Trump wants it to be returned back, but there is a debate on whether they should return it back or not return it back.
So they applied for it just like everybody else. And I don't know how they're deciding who gets what money. We were told initially that if you put your application in for the 10K PPP for payroll, that everybody was going to get that. And they ran out of money before that even. And even though like I did it early, they said it was going to be first come, first serve. And I know I went in way before a lot of people, and I've yet to hear I have a confirmation number, and there's no way to track whether they're going to deny you or accept you. I've heard a lot of people receive their check. Um, so it was, again, it was rushed, right? There was no thought process into it. A lot of people put their bids in while the government was making the bill for it was a 890-page bill of how we're going to distribute money to people. And people were saying, well, what about Uber? We've got, all of these people we need. And what about the arts endowment? What about, so you had everybody kind of sticking their hands in. You had ownership, which that was not supposed to happen. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, Trump is asking for money back. No, these guys, and here's what's
Never.
going to happen. Majority of them are going to pay their top CEOs. That money's not going to go to the people. So, and then
I have
here,
a question for Ganesh sir. That what is the value of $100 bill in the startup fraternity during COVID and pre-COVID in comparison?
No, I think the money, any money that we raised pre-COVID days is worth 5 times more now. Okay, right? For the same effort, same money to raise, it's 5 times more harder, and
Yeah,
you'll have to dilute 5 times more to raise the same amount of money. So one of the things that all the startups are doing is just locking it up, staying on top of it, cutting burn, extending the runway, and trying to survive. Because this is like war, this is emergency situation. So
true.
the more you are able to go through it, you will get stronger. And if people, there will be a lot of consolidation in the startup space, because it's
Yeah,
not just about valuation, value, not just the value of the $100 bill, just sheer availability of the dollar itself is a big question.
share the
So
resources.
yeah,
true.
so we expect huge number of consolidation. The weaker players, fringe players, will have a major challenge.
Yeah,
Sectors that are affected, like I said about fashion, luxury goods, high end, I'm not saying they will never come back, but that's not there in the top of the mind of the people. See, you must understand this. Executives, managers, CEOs, startup entrepreneurs, all of them during normal time get paid, rewarded, celebrated, applauded for expanding, for
yeah,
taking risk. for making bold bets, for building valuation. But during current times, they are applauded for cutting costs. They are
Yeah.
applauded for reducing risk, applauded for being conservative, applauded for surviving, applauded for not losing. They will not get applauded for winning. They will get applauded for not losing.
You
So
know, and
that is really the
I
situation.
agree with you. You know, pivoting in this time as well, if you've got the means to pivot and do something else with your resources, namaste. What would be your biggest recommendation right now? Say, like one of the things I've noticed is I like sharing this particular one because this kind of took me back for a second. And I thought, wow, okay, this is the way our world is going to, right? This is not, this is our abnormal world. This is our new normal. This is what, you know, I would have never dreamed. I would have never thought that this is what you need for babies, right? And now this is a necessity. So, you know, pivoting one's company to start making something else, would you happen to have maybe consulting access for people, for startups who you might have been aware of that could pivot? Do you have a means that people can contact you and talk about this? Because that was a huge pivot to be able to do that.
Yeah. See, fortunately, startups have always been in the situation where the number of variables and uncertainties they are playing with are very, very high. So the concept of pivoting is very much there in their DNA. And to be fair, unlike a large company with huge resources and fixed investment where pivoting is not easy, it's very difficult, okay, right? For a large company. For a startup, it's a lot more easier because it is nimble. So there are a lot of organizations here, including entrepreneurs organization, angel networks, accelerators, incubators in India, where resources are available, mentors and advisors are available to advise young entrepreneurs if they need help on this. Now the question is, they all are busy handling their own problems now, so it may take time for them to respond a week, 2 week, but enough resources and advice is available in the Indian startup ecosystem to help people to be able to pivot. But first is to have more clarity before pivoting. I'm sorry, I need to really run.
Okay.
I'm sorry for joining
Thank
late.
you for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, right. Yeah.
We'll invite you again soon.
Come
Thank you.
on
Yeah,
back.
thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank
Namaskar.
you.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
So, and welcome, Abhijit. We've been talking about businesses and startups, but Dr. Tula, I wanted to ask you: have you recognized any changes in the medical industry that you're going to be doing in the future that of supplies that you're going to be needed that maybe a business can start up with?
So there are
I
two, three there are two, three things which we should be looking at when it comes to startups. One, I presume there is a lot of space in education. My
Yeah.
personal opinion is that there is a lot and lots of space in education sector, and this will in fact throw open a new horizon of ideas, and they will challenge the already establishing or established principles. Because I presume a lot of teaching will now go online, and that's the new normal, which is going to be the new normal. So I presume that is a golden opportunity for everyone who is into startups. Education is the new high, I presume. So at last, I presume education will get its rightful place, because over a period of time we realized that education had gone down. So
Yes,
this is one
I kind
sphere
of
where
like
we
that. I kind of like that scenario because one of the things that can happen. So what I've been doing prior to this is mapping out a 90-day accelerator program. Now that the concept can go online, I can also do product placement. Ta-da! I can do sponsorship. Ta-da! And these are the things that available. So as the and pre make it like a webinar, an introduction, and then the live content is like just a 10-minute component. Okay, the rest is okay. Turn to page 50 and go through the sequence, and then turn to page 60. This is the sequence. So what I've done is with my 90-day program is I've mapped out the whole thing. Okay, this is what we're going to be doing right through. Okay, today's lesson is this. And then it's delivered automatically online. And then the last 10 minutes is when I come on. Any questions for today? Is there something that's difficult for you? Do you have a specific, like, and also as you're going through the process, send me a chat list or chat bot and requesting a chat. You know, the whole, so for me, the concept of accelerator staying, you know, I have to attend an accelerator is now, hey, I can do this online. I can deliver this whole accelerator experience online. I don't have to go to a specific place. So with that, the moment you take a step from, as a startup, from staying at home to stay home and build your startup from home, all of these sequences of doing everything online is just the next step. It's like a natural progression. It's not like something, oh well, what am I going to weigh today? It's not like that. You know, you're already halfway there. It's the next step is much easier to, the next hurdle is much easier to do.
It is. I think education is the biggest change. And Dr. Tula, you did hit the nail on the head. I think that is our biggest pivot and change. And also making it reliable and trustworthy, right?
The only thing I'm worried about here is for the people doing the program, that they have the ability to be nimble and okay. Because so what I've done today, I attended an incubator class because I've got like 3 projects happening simultaneously. I said, okay, I'm going to take one of these projects and put it on into an incubator. So I sat through the class and went through. What they don't have is the mentor's flexibility to say, okay, research your topic enough. So I'm sitting there. So some of these people that came on and read the class is men's shaving gear. So this guy's got a new shaving thing. Okay, you're going against who are the big guys like Shaver Shed and Gillette and all the others. I mean, these guys have deep pockets. You know, they have very deep pockets. Like, seriously, you have to have a really, really good product that bang the moment, or you have to do a viral ad campaign, which is very hard to develop, to be able to make a dent into these guys. I mean, Gillette will just throw like 2 million, 5 million, 10 million at you and bang.
Well, that brings up a point. You know, we've got all of this opportunity now for new startups and businesses, and we also have to start coming up with some policies in re-engaging in the business world to be competitive. We did not or will not have the advantage that the previous companies had, where they were able to establish those relationships pre-COVID. But let's talk about that, because Abhijit, that's some of the things that you're working on with your program, as well as how businesses can get back and going, and the policies that are being put into place. And so what are some insights that we have?
I think if you, hi, good evening all. I think if you look at the type of startups which you have and the change which you are looking forward, then the operational model of startup is already a very thin. It is not a very extravaganza model where you have big pockets. Startups, they already, they learn how to operate in a very low fund situation. Second thing which we see is what is the change which COVID has brought now into the working culture, or into assets, or into kind of assets management which we have, and kind of fund flow which we have. So startup have none of these. Neither they have a very good cash flow, neither they have lots of assets where they can do some random changes. So what do the startup has already, and what is the change which COVID-19 has brought, is the important thing to read between lines to understand whether my startup will survive or not. The mainframe for all startups has to change. And what is the mainframe change which we see is you have to go online. So there were 2, 3, 4 type of startups before, but now for a startup, it would be very difficult to survive if they do not have an online version, if they do not have an e-version. So their reach, their billing, their availability. So most of the physical activity which a startup had, it cannot remain depending on. I'm not talking about any particular sector. I'm not talking about any particular technology. Mainframe and the backbone nebula of every startup would have to go through internet now. So I mean their billing, their availability, their reach, their marketing, their branding. So one very common strategy that they need to follow now post-COVID era is to have this online. Then how does it impact? Because all of them have to come on the same platform. Difficult part which comes up is they will have higher competition between each other. So a startup which has a very small area and people used to like him a lot. It can be a cake, it can be a bakery, it can be a coffee shop, or it can be anything which was fit into a gap where they were not having a very online competition with other players. They all will have to come on the main setup, into the mainframe. The coming into mainframe makes them global. So their competition, which was local, which was at the state level, which was at the country level, has suddenly have become the global level. So these kind of changes, which we primarily see, a startup which was not very good with the environment, or it was having a mainframe attached to something which is very lavish and which people do not wish to carry anymore now, they may have to wrap up. So lots of bad news may come for startups. Lots of high-end lifestyle startups who are there, like boutique and things which people just go for a statement, the style statement of luxury. They may have to wrap up their shops. That stage of, and this is a stage of time, what I strongly believe that every startup will have to do two things to survive. Is they will have to come online and they will have to spend some time, energy and resources to come on the internet web. And second, they will have to restructure their activities and their impact to the minimalistic world, not to the very extravagant world and something which is called luxurious or which is elite. Usually, very less a startup are into that segment, but still, anything. If I can contribute, please, I'll be happy to add.
Yes,
I mean,
Rakesh.
So Kim, the good news is that all your Jimmy Choo shoes and purses and everything is going to cost a lot less now.
Hopefully.
I am sure Rakesh must be having a lot of Starbucks. The cost is going to go down. That's the good news.
more than Starbucks, I have a question for Abhijit, because you're in the the electronic highway and things like that. The airline industry is going through some terrible catastrophes at the moment because of COVID-19. I was wondering, and you talked about online, and that sparked the thought in my head is, how could these companies reinvent themselves to survive this crisis? The thought that came into my head is that instead of having these huge overheads, if they rethought their payroll structure, where there was a great pool of maybe pilots and maintenance mechanics and things like that, which they shared amongst the individual brands, all connected by an electronic highway that maybe somebody, an expert like you, could provide, they might just be able to survive this crisis rather than have redundant capabilities, so that they reorganized airline travel around and airline talents around countries where you drew on a pool of that talent, which could be utilized by all the airlines, rather than having these regular, this fixed expenses, because your salary is a fixed expense. So
Right.
rather than, if you cut that out, use technology to completely restructure their industry, they could probably just survive even without or with very marginal government intervention. So I was wondering whether you have any thoughts, because you were in
I
that
think it's a very good question, because it is not an airline system industry. Aviation is not a startup, but still the thought and the question and concern is very
they
genuine.
have to reinvent, they have to become a startup.
To shrink their air travels. Why these air travels are going to shrink? Because the cost of air travel is going to be very high now.
Right.
People who are very urgent, people who are just going to date somebody into one city to other city, they will not go for dating. If someone is going to just to meet somebody or to do a signing, which in all natures cannot be done on a distance, because all those activities who could not be done without a physical appearance is now going to get listed, and people and the startups who are coming, they are going to give you a solution that I'll help you. You don't need to travel from Delhi to Mumbai. We'll get it done. It can be a digital signature. It can be everything other than the personal relationship like marriages and other. So in your marriage, you have to be personally available there. In these scenarios, this industry is going to shrink. And when air travel number and frequency will go down, then what pilots will do, what airline staff will do, what your ground staff will do, and what airport staff will do. It's becoming a question. That is what your Rakesh question is. Second thing which is going to grow, electric mobility is definitely going to grow, because people who were not so convinced about the viability and affordability of e-mobility are now very much convinced suddenly after this impact of nature that we should switch from diesel and fossil fuel to electric option. So same type of people, we cannot absorb these pilots, but still ground staff, air hostesses and other stewards and male staffs who are working on the airports can be absorbed by the buses, electric buses, who will be more frequently running, and they would prefer to give a very different service what used to happen into diesel and bus services. So the project which I am heading, National Highway Electric Vehicle, it has 3 hours drive from Delhi to Jaipur and Delhi to Agra. And these 3 hours drive, what all do they get on board is when they are entering into the bus and they are getting settled down, they get a hot towel and they get a cold towel. Then they get soup, they get samosa, they get snacks, they get on-board iPad in front of each seat with a very high-speed internet connection. And on that screen, you can see when you have started, where you are going to stop, which are the stops where your bus will stop, how many time it will remain there, what services you have there. You have CCD, you have barista, you have cafe coffee day, or you have Starbucks, or you have Subway, and you can even just by scanning a barcode from your e-wallet, you can place an order also. So by the time you reach the station, your bus is going to charge there for 30 to 40 minutes. You can go for a massage and you can do a advance booking on the wheels only. And you can when you step out from that station, you'll be prompt to give a review that whether the toilet was good or not, people were nice to you or not, services were prompt or not. So how do you rate that particular charging station also comes up on the screen, and that is how a bus fleet operator decide that which station I should stop my bus. So these are the services going to give you a very different kind of nature and the change that you need to travel by road, not by air, because airline tariff is going to shoot up because of distance. And I don't know, I don't see any hope that coronavirus vaccine is coming in 1 or 2 months. It is going to take at least 6, 8, 10 months.
I think it's going to be 2 years, because some of the conversations that we've had is just because it comes out doesn't mean it's been tested, validated, and proven. And the other problem that I see is, for whatever reason, people are becoming reinfected, which is not your standard virus, right? Usually you have a virus and that's it. So either it's going dormant in the body and coming back. But I agree with you. It's a long period before we see something. So we need to come up with these solutions that provide us that social distancing that we need in travel. But I want to bring up something positive about change. Years ago, when we became this big digital program, right down to books being digital, we saw a huge problem with the postal service, right? Nobody was mailing anything anymore. You were paying your bills online. Everything was online. And nobody was even mailing letters to people. I think I was the only person still mailing thank you cards to people. And so I thought, wow, our post office is going to go under. In fact, they were talking about cutting back how many days a week they deliver. And my argument is what about the people who use the mail for legal reasons, right? And you've got a turnaround that you have to do. But what turned it around was a new thought wave, Amazon, right? It was an online service that required what? Mailing stuff to people. So out of the blue, just because somebody came up with a new idea, it rescued that particular service. I think we will come up with something that will save the airlines. It's just, it hasn't evolved yet, but somebody's going to come up with something. People are going to want to go back to traveling just for pure tourism when this is over, because they're going to be so cabin fever. But we're going to have to come up with a safer means of travel, like, put you in a bubble in each seat, right? So you're in this clean, fresh bubble. I love the new transit system you just proposed, though. Sign me up for that road trip, because we have between us and another major city is a 3-hour drive. And my dad, when he got to where he could not see anymore, but he was still making business trips, he would come up, and it was a 3-hour. He started taking the train. But he told me he liked doing the train better, because even though he couldn't see very well, he could still manipulate his computer and do work. And so he would get a lot of work done on that 3-hour road trip that he used to drive. So I love your idea, relaxing on a general road trip. I think there's a lot of cool things that are going to happen. I think solar. I think while we're sitting down here, somebody needs to be coming up with some better alternative energy resources. I am shocked that we still utilize gas and oil so much. It just baffles me that we haven't.
This is the other change of the pattern which is going to happen after COVID-19. So anything which is driven by electric energy, which is driven by solar or wind or nuclear energy, not fossil fuel, will automatically come into priority. So that's now a lot.
I love
Australia.
it.
Australia has some of the best solar cells on the planet. The
Really?
normal efficiency of conversion is about 26%. Australia has managed to get it up to close to 40%.
So I think it's regulations in the U.S. that is our biggest hurdle. Is you're not allowed to convert your home to full solar off the grid power unless you've paid the utility companies to do it for you, and then they tap into it and they use it as well, so that all of your stuff is still on grid. So you can become arrested or fined seriously if you. But I did, just out of experiment, convert my shed to solar. Yeah. So my shed is, my outhouse project thing, it's all converted to solar now. Just to see how hard it was, how many cells you needed to run certain things, and what a lot of people don't understand, it's not just a solar panel you have to have. What comes with it is you have to have a power storage supply, like a battery, right? And that's what really provides the power source to everything. So everybody thinks, oh, you just have a solar panel. No, it's got to collect power and then become a conversion. You have to have a converter, right? And then you convert it to the power you need. Of course, this is I studied engineering, so I was aware of this. So everybody's just put the solar up. No, there's all of this stuff involved that you have to do. And that's why it's heavy. It's heavy.
Lots of up and down is visible on the cards now, I guess. I remember we started this project in India. It's a very popular project of Ujjwala, where people were getting a certain level of subsidy on their gas cylinders. Gas cylinder cost was something else to people, but government used to give some money, was contributing some money, so that people access that gas cylinder into a different lower price. One day, and I think after Prime Minister Modi, when he given a call and when he requested people who are very well off, people who are very good from coming from very good income group, they should give away their subsidy. They should not take that subsidy because it is meant for poor. Crores of people, they given back their subsidy. They said if it is costing us 1600, then give us into 1600. We do not want to buy it into 700 or 300 or 400 with subsidy. I believe after COVID-19, there is a different kind of trend which Kimberly given me a key is going to come, is people are going to give away their electric connections. How they're going to give away their electric connections is they have to do certain level of installations, certain plates and certain generators and storage of battery, etc., so that they can operate with the solar system. They can operate with the solar energy. And if you have operated, if you have switched your outhouse, what you are saying on solar, then lots of people who are from good income group and they can afford that one-time cost of investment to for the installation of plates and battery, then this trend should start now, because the less we are going to spend our fossil fuel, at least the climate is going to get cleaner, a lot cleaner than before.
Absolutely.
Prices of crude oil internationally has gone deep down. Economy which was called to be dependent on the crude oil price, it is taking a different kind of colors and fades and wings. So let's try this. I think if it is possible, lots of people can switch to, and they can take a place that I'm not going to take energy from the electricity. I'm going to either switch to the wind energy or I'm going to switch to solar energy. Over to you, Ankit.
Abhijit, I wanted to ask you about the crude oil only. I mean, so you know what happened with crude oil, and it crashed down, and China is buying a lot of crude oil. That's the news in the market. But is it a blessing or disguise at this point of time? I mean, people who have money, they should buy crude, or they should focus on electricity and generating electrics through solar and other ways. And also, on the other hand, when you say that the aviation industry is in bad shape, everyone knows about it. But post the crude crisis, is it a good time for aviation as well?
See, sometime when you take lots of controversial, dicey, but looking smart steps, then you land up into problem.
Okay.
And when you're asking me that China is buying lots of crude oil, China has already accused of something which they have done wrong to the world. So what they are buying right now and what is going to happen with them, nobody can predict at this stage of time. So maybe lots of crude oil which they are buying for a future, and lots of research which they were doing into their labs, they went wrong, and now they are buying crude oil, it may also go wrong. So it is very difficult to predict that what would be their future. So China has always thought if world is thinking into this direction, then China is thinking into this direction.
Yeah.
If it is going like that, I don't know how to comment on this, but it is not a good time to stock crude oil, because anyway the change which has came into mind, it will not bring crude oil back into fashion as much as it was. It's not a very small lockdown. It's not only a commercial lockdown or a pattern or the lifestyle lockdown. It has given a very strong impact on people's mind, and that impact is not going to let them do same sort of mistake what they were using before. So materialism is going, elite class, luxury, and lots of things which we thought and which we knew that is not much important, still we were doing, we're not going to come back and bring them into same fashion. So consumption will definitely go down, prices will not shoot back. So always you will be there would be a thought, or there would be a wish that someday when crude oil price again shoot roof, then we'll say, okay, our economy is back now. It will not, is not.
But there's always a false illusion.
Ankit,
You're
what
right.
I see is in the US also, I think the US president has also, I mean, opted for refilling their stakes when it comes to the crude oil, because there was, I presume, there was a news brief by the US president where he was telling that this is the right time to buy oil, and they are looking to stockpile their reserves, because they said that a lot of reserves had been consumed over a period of time, and this is at this time the prices are very down, so it's a good decision to stockpile their resources.
But why?
I
Why?
think it all started from US, because US is one of the major oil consumers in the world, and I think they are not buying it so as the other countries. And also, I think what I know about the US, because one of my close friends works in the oil company in US. So he said that there is plenty of oil in America, and they can feed their country for next so many years. But the private players, they are certainly looking forward to buy it, because it could be used for industrial purpose, and there are a lot of other ways we can use crude oil. So that could be buying option for them. Yes, Rakesh ji.
Yeah, just a point. A few couple of weeks ago, the place where we stay, it's rented. The owner of the property, we have a terrace. So the owner said that we want to put up a solar panel there, and it's not going to make a difference to your electric bill, but we're going to sell it to the grid.
Yeah.
They're going to sell it to the grid. So in terms of availability of power, there's going to be a different dynamic from what has been in the past. Obviously, when there's more power available in the grid, prices will come down, because power cannot be stored indefinitely.
No.
So though it won't have an immediate effect on our prices, it will, the grid prices, or in some time in the distant future, will come down. And the other thing is that China produces more electric vehicles than the rest of the world combined. 9,000 buses last year were converted into electric vehicles. And so if you look at it, that is an area, and India too is doing some really fantastic work. I'm sure they're doing it in other countries too. I was very surprised that they're actually penalizing people in the USA. That just...
It's not about penalizing. It's about the top 1% getting the money. So what happens is you have to contact the utility company. They come out and do a quote and say, they'll tell us, okay, we'll install the panels on your house. It's going to cost you $85,000. Here's a loan. We'll give you a loan. The loan is at 7%. So now you can install these on yours, and then you can sell back the power to us. But you're still paying out $85,000 on a 7% loan, say for 25 years. All right. So I guess it is penalizing, but what they will do is if you install it yourself, which that one panel is probably $10, right? That I did for the outhouse. I did research on this one particular panel. If you stack your batteries right, if you know how to do it, you can service a 3-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms, pumping water, right? Because that's another thing that uses a lot of energy is pumping your water. So you can service a 3-bedroom house during the day perfectly well. And if you get the right battery cells, like you said, storage and everything, you can pretty much run your house 24/7 if you have good sun source. But they won't let you install it yourself. They won't let you pay for it yourself. When I know I could go get the panels, the batteries and everything, I could probably do the whole house for under 10,000. But they don't let us do that.
With me, because this is supposed to be free enterprise, not curb enterprise.
No, but the U.S. everything is for free enterprise, and we're not. We are not free enterprise.
But I'll tell you, there's a program running by Indian government. I think Abhijit would elaborate that how we can, create your own solar power. Abhijit, can you elaborate about the program? The PPE program with the
program for conversion of your energy, but the mindset which I mentioned, that we should give up our electric connection, this kind of has not came into form of a program as of now. Right now we have similar kind of setup which Kim said, that you get a loan for certain percentage, and then you install the energy which that plate produce. It goes back to the grid, and then grid also gives you a payment. So, but it is not very popular. As of now, the percentage of solar power conversion and people who have opted for this is not very high. But what I'm saying is very close to what Kim is it's not very high. What I'm saying is very close to what she said is, what do we need actually? How big house we need? How many lights we need? What are the things which we actually need to live is something which need to come back into the reconsideration. You only need one life partner, and I believe 1 or 2 kids. For this, maximum 1 or 2 kids, it's sufficient for you to handle. Then it is how much place you need to cook or to dance, or I don't know how big houses we have, 4 floor, 8 floor, 10 floor. So it depends on how much money you have in your pocket, and then you go keep on building and building, and then you have 2,000 lights, and then you have a power consumption of 1,000 kilowatt in your, and 3 people or 4 people are living there. So these mindset need to be bring on the reset. We all have gone through that age where we do not want to live with so much frills and fancy things. We just want to live with a loved one. A candlelight date is more important and more valuable than a 5-star date. So we need to rethink and reinvent the wheel from that. What we are doing is needed or not. Sometimes we are doing and it is causing lots of problem for government and grid and multiple layer of problem. Why do we need this? If you can manage with a small solar plate and it can enlight your 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom hall, which you will eventually need when you will have kids. Initially, 1 bedroom hall will also work for you. So
Right.
it is something it has to work.
Right, and it's so simple. The solar application is not as complicated as regulations make it. So it doesn't have to be. To me, I think they need to back down on forcing us to pay the utility company to install it. I think we should get the kit. I can get the kit. I know engineers who pull together the kit. They put everything, including a water pump. So if you want to get, water filtered into your home, like refilter your water to add alkaline, which is very good for you for if to help prevent cancers. And it also filters out a lot of impurities in the water. So the one kit, is like $2,500. It has a solar panel, and it would run solar that you need, the power conversion that you need for your house. You add maybe 2 or 3 more panels to it, like solar panels, and maybe 10 batteries, or you buy the Tesla battery, and you're good. That's it. It's that simple. It should cost $85,000 on a 7% interest loan. We need to get back to realism, like you said. We need to get back to necessities. What do we really need in our lives? I Ever since this happened, I've cut back, like you said, cut back considerably. I don't need all of those things.
Little easy, Kim. If it is not a enterprise, if it is not a factory, if it is not a commercial property, or it's not a commercial electricity connection, then necessarily it should be into some limits. And people need to learn and live into it. I liked Rakesh yesterday or day before yesterday comment in observation very well, that we need to understand that what is our population, how much space on earth we are taking, and how much we are entering into a space of other species. So as a species, if we are not going to enter into some other space and we are going to remain into cities, then obviously we are going to live very close to each other. And when two living beings are living very close to each other, then not only a viral infection, lots of infections are invited. So if you go to a village house, or if you go to a place with a farmhouse, you feel better, you feel good and airy and very clean environment. And how many people you see into villages? There are very less people who live into villages. All of them, they have came to metros. They have came to big cities. So this thought of coming to city, living together into one flat, 20 people are living, and then there are dormitories and there are lots of things which we see around. Why all these things are required is again an agenda should be on the revival, and not only for the personal point of view, from the governance point of view also, government should review. That's why my question that day was very I think it's my pain, that what is the type of government we are going to get now, socialistic or left or right or totalitarian, or a kind of Nazi government, or which kind of government we are going to get, who is going to tell and give us very strict instruction. You cannot grow more than this, you cannot occupy more than this, you cannot consume more than this. So if as a human being we have to not want to get into such kind of lockdown again, then we need to think about what we are doing to ourselves, our community, and our relationship with the nature.
I agree with
lower
you.
per
And I think
capita
it's going to be the
consumption.
government that drives our leadership. I hope we get a human government. I hope it's not leftist or righteous or Democrat. I call them craps, or Republicans. I call them con artists. I want humans. We've had this party thing. I felt like we played football, baseball for centuries. We've never made any progress for humanity. We've only made progress for parties. And Rakesh, I think you had something to say.
No, but I was applauding what you're saying. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Lower per capita consumption should be our mantra, should be our prayer. Each and every one of, at least I'm 60 now. I'll be 60 in September. Rest of my life, I'm going to look at living simple, minimizing, just absolutely minimizing, scanning all the books that I have, giving them to schools. Let the textbooks I have go to schools. Let needy children have it. I was thinking of sending it to some of the people I know in Rwanda, so that they can use in schools there in Africa, or use anywhere. Just need to simplify our lives and just keep it absolutely minimal consumption.
I applaud you on that too.
My generation, we're towards the sunset side of our lives, so we need to really, really look at cutting it down and thinking of the planet instead of just our lives.
The Native American Indians thought that way. That was everything that they did had to have a full sole purpose. You didn't kill a deer just for the antlers or the skin. You killed it for every factor of it, but you also thanked it. You prayed to it. You I wouldn't say worshipped it, but you thanked the deer for the spirit. There was so much respect that we've lost over the years. And I think that's something that we need to get back to. When you start respecting things, you need less things. And that's something I truly believe. When you start respecting humanity, the earth, you don't need all those things. When you talk about all the shoe prices and everything going down, I'm not one to go shopping very often. I'm the fashion challenged one, but I have literally cut back just my use of everything I do in my own home. I mean, just things that I just don't need to use anymore. And I'm sorting them out. I'm like, do I really, like the books, right? Like you're saying, the books, do I really need these, and who could benefit from them? I've got thousands of books. You see me grabbing for books here. These are my favorite. And I got another bookcase over here, and I got 4 more out that way, and storage of because I can't throw a book away.
I know, I have the same problem.
Every book is personal to me. Like I gained something out of it, and everybody goes, Kim, go to the electric books. To me, and my memory doesn't work very well on electronic. I can't thumb through it and find the exact page. I can remember thumbing through where I read something, and I can go to that book and go find it. I can't do that electronically for some reason. So the aspect of losing my hardcover books or paperbacks are very hard for me. But I realize that they're not important, right? I love reading them, but they're not important. But we have to go to a new age. Everything that we have right now and all the problems we have, we created. We created them. And
I have one addition into today's session is about startups. Well, I think content is going to become very important in coming time.
Content is very important.
When you shrink from outside, then you develop. So there is lots of deep diving is going to happen into people's mind, and the mind is going to require lots of content. It can be today's context, it can be your history, it can be what future you predict. So people who are going to sit down in their houses and cut off from lots of their activities which they are doing now, like parties and this and that and tourism and travel and culture, lots of these activities are going to drop down. When these activities are going to drop down, a requirement of mind and entertainment is going to go high. Because to understand things, how it is developing, and to understand why we have reached into that stage, and the joy which you want to enjoy, the joy has to come from somewhere. So the content market of entertainment, news I do not prefer, is a very good market and very good content it supplies. But from entertainment, from spiritualism, from wisdom, and from the researches which happens across the globe to make one thing and one person more comfortable to understand the other aspect of life, or maybe not life, maybe a technology, or maybe a thought process, or maybe something which is in our lives but we never saw. So these kind of content is going to shoot up. So startups who are around the content, they are not around the content, they need to figure out something that they also produce some content with the product, because producing a product is again going to put you in your supply chain where you are serving the materialistic development. So if you're a part of holistic development or a spiritual development or what you call psychological development, then the way and the path is not so difficult for you. However, you also need to deep down and dive and bring a better content, otherwise it will be difficult. So my take on today we are discussing startup and their future is content design and the thought process, how it is being produced and how deeply you are involved in with your user or your subscriber is going to become the main area. Earlier, we used to understand that how easy we are going to make life, but lots of difficulties which we created before, and then we developed small products to make that difficulty easy. The difficulty itself is going to get removed from our lifestyle. So solution will also get out from the market. So at this stage of time, I strongly believe that these difficulty would not be important. Important thing is how you're making people more blissful and more peaceful. How you are going to
Right.
serve and connect with your subscription. It may be a entertainment channel like Netflix or Amazon Prime, or any new channel or new package may come up, or some sort of service which come up for people to people interaction into a different mode. I have a list of technologies which make you feel that I am there in your home, which
Right.
are virtual realities.
It's going to have to also, do you think that we're going to have to get back more to solutions for our communities as opposed to finding that perfect global unicorn business, but maybe some things that start within our own communities first, because it's going to be a while before we see a vaccine and the ability to do business abroad. What is your thoughts on that?
I think it's not only the inner engineering, it's not only the spiritual path. At the same time, the presence also has a technical interface. So if you look at the virtual reality, if you will not be able to see a lot of things, and it would be slightly expensive, or you will also not have willingness, but you will have that desire to see that person or go to that place. If you go through virtual reality to same place, right now hardly there are virtual reality live telecasts. In coming future, it is going to become a reality that you will be able to see a cricket match or a soccer match or a football match live with VR. Or
Yeah.
if I want to be in your house, I can be projected in a 3D mode with 3 or 4 projection, and you can see face to face. You cannot touch me, but you can see. So these are also startups which are not talking about ancient Vedic era, or the religious gyan of how you have to do the inner engineering. These are hardcore technologies.
Oh,
So
yeah.
the COVID-19 impact is opening doors at both ends. It is also opening at the technology side, and it is also opening at the content side. So the success story and the success combination equation for a startup is how do they manage both. If they are good into content and they are reaching out well, they know their subscription and they are very easy. If I'm watching this Zoom call or this video conferencing on my TV, and I feel like I want to walk outside, and I can switch it quickly on my mobile. My mobile also has a camera, or I can put it on a selfie stick. So the comfort of technology need to reach at that level that I touch the screen and I remove it from there and it goes on my mobile phone quickly. then that's the comfort which I'm talking about, the technology. And at the same
Apple has that. Apple
yeah,
has that. You can switch to your iPad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can switch to
we
your
have
iPad straight off.
not very cheap. It is quite
But
expensive.
Rakesh and Abhijit, would you agree that we are inspiring all these technologies from our mythological stories? Because we have seen something similar in our ancient stories where people can watch everything on a bowl or maybe on a crystal bowl or something like
And this
I think
hindsight's 100%. It's not 50-50, right? Hindsight. But if you had a crystal ball,
See, I know one thing. Kim, let me answer to Ankit. Then
yeah,
I'll
I
get back.
love it. Go ahead, the crystal ball.
If you sleep at night and you dream, so whatever situation is there inside your heart, you can imagine that situation of getting married with your crush into Bollywood or Hollywood, or getting married to the most beautiful man or woman you know. Your mind interprets that thing into your dream, and it projects, and you see the sound, you see the color, you see the fabric, you can feel everything in your dream. But one thing is the limitation of mind is you cannot see anything which you have not seen ever in your life. You cannot, your imagination of dream, the projection which you get into dream is limited to what memory you have in your subconscious mind. So when it comes to mythology, you may mix up couple of marriages, couple of royal weddings, and you can create a wedding script for yourself in your dream. But you cannot see a wedding location which has never existed and which you have never seen. It cannot happen. It is very strong interpretation of dreams by Sigmund Freud. So what I'm trying to say, if Ankit is asking me, it would be possible that you can see a fight which is happening 100 kilometers away on tablet or something. It used to happen into Indian mythology. In Mahabharata, Sanjay used to guide Yudhishthir that how many people are dying, and there was a live telecast system which he used to tell him. So these things never came. Sorry, Dhritarashtra never came into existence. It is very difficult to say. It might be there where the technology got lost, how we deteriorated to this level that we had to do a restart again back to them. But what we are trying to achieve right now is the reality. We have that, I think, drone type of ecosystem now where a person can fly. And Ravan had a very good, strong drone. By which he picked up Sita and he took him to the Sri Lanka. And Lord Rama had the ability to build an overnight bridge between India and Sri Lanka. And it has traces. It has physical traces inside the sea that there was a bridge existing. So where we lost it, I may not be right person to comment, but I cannot discredit or I cannot rule out the possibility that the kind of technology which we wish to achieve or which we will achieve maybe 100 or 200 years ahead from now is already quoted into only into Indian mythology. So if you are interested to know about your technology, someday you should go through and see the mythological series.
Okay, I definitely do that. I mean, that was a good answer too.
And if we can do a special mythology show with Rakesh ji, that would be great.
Leaving the mythology behind, what struck me about your narrative, Kim, is that you're an engineer, but you also had bookkeeping expertise.
That's how I put my through school.
We have MBA programs, which I've been through myself, an Indian one. And what starts happening now is that we need to have elements of these in school. So we build entrepreneurs. I had a bookkeeping class in school. At the time, I cursed it. I didn't like bookkeeping because I'm a good science person. I had already defined myself as a science person. But I do think today I'm running a business, and that bookkeeping with knowledge is still useful for me because online, I don't use an accountant. I do my stuff with software. So today's students need to be trained in software, in accounting software. so that you're building people who think startup, who think value addition, value creation, right? And with 3D printing and all these new technologies, the field is wide open for startups.
It is, and I'm going to interrupt here for a second. So first off, all of that software and everything you use is only as smart as the people who designed and built it. Okay, so there are a lot of errors in it. I've actually caught a lot of errors in our tax software programs they have. I use them because it makes my job easier. I just key in my data, boom, it's done. But I do go through and thankfully I had a bookkeeping background. I go through and kind of in my mind already know, right, what I'm supposed to be paying based on reading the rules and the laws and everything. But occasionally even the tax programs will have an error. And I was going through an audit, and one of the agents said, hey, well, the tax program was making an error that year. And I'm like, well, is that all the taxpayers' problem? Or is that, how do we account for that? So one of the things I tell people is if you're going to use these tools, still use this tool. Okay. HI still far exceeds AI any day of the week. AI should just make your job easier and faster, but it should not replace your HI. And there's way too many errors and mistakes in a lot of these things. Another one is don't hesitate to reconcile your accounting. Always reconcile your bank account, right? And your credit card account. I cannot count the times. There was several years ago where hackers were getting in all the time and just charging things to your credit card. Like I caught somebody going to Singapore on my credit card. I didn't go to Singapore. Somebody else did. But I reconciled my account down to the penny. And I figured out how they were doing it. First, they would come on and just start making small charges, things that most people wouldn't even think about, that look like a pack of gum or, a couple pennies here and there. And you're not going to argue over a couple pennies because it's going to cost you more money and time than it. So that's how they break in, right? So my thing to people is just reconcile your credit card and reconcile your banks. And they don't do it. Kids today go, oh, I got money. My bank says I got money. No child that I know of today really knows how to reconcile that bank account. This is where businesses get into a lot of trouble, startups especially, when they don't know what it takes to truly operate a business, right? They just have the basic concepts of, I know what I need today. But they have no idea what they need tomorrow, how much it's going to cost to. They think, oh, I'm going to hire an employee for $30,000. All right. In the U.S., when you do that, you have to pay workers' comp. That's 30% on top of the salary. And then you have to pay certain insurance. Then you have to pay licensing fee. Then you have to get them a workspace, tools. All right. Did you factor in all of that? So, and they don't. They just think I just need $30,000 to hire this person. They don't think about the tools, the resources, gas that you drive to go somewhere, to meet, to establish. None of that's factored into their business plan. And this is what I would like to change if we get a startup program going, is to educate people on the and I hate finances. I'm gonna tell you right now, I hate it. I did bookkeeping to get myself through school, high school and college, and it was a very valuable asset. I only use it when I have to. If I could hire somebody to do it for me, you darn well better believe I do. But the whole time in the back of my head, I'm always doing my own accounting, right? I always know in advance what I should be doing or paying or owing. It's just habit. So, but
I have an input about education. You said about educating people into startup. So that input is particularly, Richa, can you take him back? Sorry. My kid is roaming around his classes. So coming back to education as a sector, it is very, very much important for people who are attached with education industry to understand that industry is going to complete shutdown and restart into a different structure. At this stage of time when if you look at the pattern which we have developed into last, I don't know, 70 or 60 or maybe 100 or 200 years of educating our children into a certain circulum, and that these circulars most of the time is way behind the industry. So by the time they pass out and they reach industry, industry is using something else which they never saw in the curriculum. So we thought that we will be able to bridge that gap by giving industrial training and internship and other thing, but we could not succeed as much. So the gap which is coming up, which is open now, and that this gap which has came because of COVID-19 is also giving a new angle into education sector is the homeschooling. The difference between homeschooling and normal schooling is coming up very bright, because the kind of structure we created for our children to follow, that first period when he starts studying and maybe he has Shakespeare or maybe he has Ramdhari Singh Dinkar, is a very famous Hindi poet, and Shakespeare you all know. And after 20 or 30 minutes, he start enjoying Shakespeare. He start taking the spirit of, okay, this is how it has been written. But the bell rangs, and then next he has to study the science, and then he has to study mathematics. So by the time his mind and he start enjoying the learning is an enjoyable process. If you do not enjoy, you will not be able to learn. It does not help. You have a schedule where this much time is given for this much time is given for that, and the time and energy and resource that you spend to send a child into a school or into a college is enormous. If economically you calculate the infrastructure and the resource and the fuel, it's very, very high. It's very easy to educate that same child at home with certain level of audio, video, and visuals and other things. Where if he's reading poetry, or if he's reading music, or if he's even into deep into mathematics or science, then he enjoy the learning. If he's understanding Newton, then let him understand Newton at least one theory or something which is a burning desire inside him. Or if he's enjoying Shakespeare, then he should enjoy at least one chapter or half chapter where he felt in what mood and spirit he has written this. But if you will keep changing gear into from this to that, it makes him a battery. It makes him a very prototype type of person who has just came up and he's fit for the factory. He's not fit for anything else. So difference between education and knowledge is very evident into the industry now. Education gives you the opportunity and knowledge gives you the success. And for reaching to knowledge, it's not only necessary that you match the routine or you pass the class. To acquire knowledge into any sector, you need to do a very deep dive. So the kind of education going to change, and we all are results of our education. How I have been taught, how you have been taught, that's why we are here. So tomorrow when we are going to change and the homeschooling is going to shoot high, the online courses for children, it has recorded highest growth in their period right now. And these online courses are not going to stop. They are going to bring more bright content, and it is going to change the thought process of our next generation. Maybe my son would know about robots more than me, or my son may know about drones more than me, because he's spending day and night reading about robots. Or maybe my son is very fond of guns, so he keep on reading about how many guns are there, how many bullets are there, how many attachments are there. He has never seen a real gun in his life, but he knows more than a, you can say, a person who is dealing with a gun day and night. So the content and the depth is going to bring a different type of mindset, different kind of lifestyle, and different kind of requirement of future content for us. So the education industry people should understand, if somebody is listening from education now, they should understand that this conventional and traditional method is going to die, it's going to collapse.
And but the thing is that you mentioned something that's very powerful is that there's a difference between education and real knowledge. I always like to acquire it as education experience, right? You what you get in education is something that you can apply, right? And that comes in experience. How do you apply it? How do you use it? And then again, I always say other people's knowledge is very, very priceless if you can learn from other people's mistakes and experiences or successes. And that's what we need to learn to share in this time and resources. Um, and I agree with you. I think the creativity level is going to soar because you're allowing your children to learn things that they're more interested in rather than what the school is telling you to learn. So you're going to be able to give your children a far greater opportunity to learn things that go beyond what the school can teach them. And
I think,
I think
and
that's
I
awesome.
think during this COVID, I mean, this would give us a chance to do a lot of skill improvement, and there are a lot of online courses available where we can improve our skills during this lockdown. And also, when Abhijit said that education is what will change person's perspective and mind and the way the career flourish. I think well education and well trained, both the things, if they go side by side, and if we keep on improving our skills, I think we can achieve the the current whatever the pandemic or whatever situations are in, because we are able to adapt in different atmosphere through our education, and we know how to move forward and improve our skills. Because a lot of people would be an accountant at this point of time, but maybe post COVID they would be doing something else because of job. They have to keep on shifting just to earn their bread and butter, and that's how the society is growing up. I mean, very few people have the leverage or a privilege that they can do one job, or maybe they have one skill and they are doing it repeatedly for next 40, 50, 60 years. But most of them, we have to do a lot of multitasking, and for that we need to improve our skills, and this is the right time to do it. And especially for startup, because startup means you have to start up again. That is what the startup is all about. So if you want to learn, if you want to improve, and if you think that whatever bad work you have done, this is the best time to thrash everything and restart it. And I mean, restart your business with a positive approach. And we have a lot of wonderful guests and mentors always available on our show, and they would be happily guiding you and make sure that we can do something. But Abhijit, do you think, I mean, post COVID, whatever business or whatever startup we should do, uh, can we have in a mind that it should be a global in terms of the audience and not the regional startup? Because if you want to do something globally, you have a more chance of getting it successfully established or maybe implemented at maybe some country or the other. If you do it one by one, let's say let's start with India and then you go to some other country, that would be a difficult situation during this pandemic, because a lot of things going around every 3, 4, 5 years. There's something happen and then you go back 5 years. What do you think about it?
I think there are lots of categories into startups, but
Yeah.
two broad categories are products and service. And there are lots of more categories and layers. But these two basic categories of products and service, products is going to get a very bad hit, because products are not always into favor of the culture, into favor of the environment and climate, and it is going to become tough for them if they do not justify their usages further to the mindset. Because I told you that mindset of human being and the next generation is completely going to change. So my thought about buying a house, or my thought about buying a car, is different from my father. But my son thought about buying a car can be different from me and my father both. It can be a 360-degree or 280-degree or 180-degree shift. So these kind of shift are coming from the education, coming from the understanding and learning which he is getting. So these next generation of startups are going to be more into the service side. Into service, the further segregation is the human service from person to person and the technology based services. So that the combination where we see that human services are going to increase definitely, and technology based services, technology will always remain a carrier for any type of startup which you are doing. And as you asked, is it going to become the global content and competition is going to become a difficulty for a startup or not? I don't know how it will be a difficulty, it will be a bliss or a disguise, but it is going to bring all of them into same platform. And that is that base is not only for the startup. That base is going to set up for politics also. It's going to set up for the utilization of resources also. It's going to set up for the data sharing between cross the country and cross the border also, and
Yeah.
for the healthcare services, for diplomacy, for international and foreign policies. So everything which was existing within the boundary of a country, and it was serving a certain people who are living within that boundary, it's not going to remain like that. Lots of boundaries virtually are going to break. People who are living into their countries, to the nationalism as a thought is going to become very narrow and very limited, that okay, I am Indian and you are Pakistani and somebody is African and somebody is Arabic, is going to reduce to its minimum. And people who have to look at globe as a, so global citizenship, global partnership, WHO, World Bank, these are the organizations who are going to grow now, and they are going to play more important role than the state governments and the central government. Central government and the state governments today are seeing that change, that people would not be happy with what they can provide to them. They would not be able to satisfy them. They will not be able to give them any kind of morphine of pain, which is going to come with the economy disaster and recession. So they have to agree to an international treaty, to an international consent, that these are the resources, these are the people, this is how we can reach, we can survive, we can meet, we can help each other. And for that, the national government and state government would do referendums, and they will say, ask, okay, we should go with this policy or not, we should agree to this agreement or not. This would be the only, I think, local government would be the country government. But at the global level, the new leadership is going to come up, and that leadership may not be political. It may be humanistic, it may be a human kind of nature, and the thought or the idea or the council or the panel can be of the not left or not right. It can be people who are very keen and who are very close to environmentalists. They are going to, and they are going to lead it.
I agree with you on that, because it's there's too much politics that are causing way too many opportunities for growth. I want to share something with you guys, and namaste. I want to share with you a little bit of an example of what one of my business, you know how I say I do a business plan, but what my spreadsheets look like, just to give you an idea. Hold on.
So I would like to welcome our guest in the meantime. We have Shubham Khandelwal joining us from Jaipur, India, and he's running a startup. And we have Dr. Yu joining us a little late, but welcome to our guest, and namaste and good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yes,
Good
good evening.
evening. Good morning, everybody. So this is a sample
Good
of
evening, Dr.
Good
Ankit, I would have to leave. I have a call. So all of you, thank you very much. It was wonderful talking today. And we'll
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Abhijit, sir.
before you leave, I want to say let's get a startup challenge going in the future and get some startups on to talk with us. But I want to share with you a little bit about what I do and when I say why things cost so much. And you need to be careful what you ask for in funding, but also the investor needs to be careful that a person needs to understand what their business is really going to cost, because this is not a simple. This is just one of my businesses, right? Where, and I have to actually explain, why did that do that? Hold on just a second. So, you know, I do a timeline, right, of what I think the things are going to do. I have our assumptions built out into the spreadsheet, and how many months it's going to take, how much money we're going to spend. And then we get into the income statements, right? How much it's going to cost us to go to market, how many people we need, what's involved, all the way down to, you know, the each employee we need for beta testing, if we have to do beta testing, if it's how much it's going to cost you in sales to go to market. Right now you don't see anything because that particular project isn't there, but then we get into the direct cost and indirect cost, your comparisons, compensation sheets, how much you're going to compensate your employees for a job well done in a startup company. So as you can see, there's a lot involved in the spreadsheets that I do in preparing a business to go from startup, where it's a dream, an idea, to market. It's not a simple plan. It's a lot involved. Whereas you get people going, I just need $150,000. Like, show me. Show me where you're going to spend it. This is a $3 million project. Okay.
Okay.
And we can show you right down to the penny and the people, the timeline, when things are going to, when we're going to need the next funding, how many sales we can break it down to how many sales you need to make in order to break even, where your break even point. All of that is shown here. And I can take these spreadsheets and break them down to a simpler spreadsheet because people just want a very simple, basic spreadsheet. But this is the backup to any simple spreadsheet I give you, right? So if I give you a simple spreadsheet, this would be a backup. But this is what I try to say to people is that it's not easy. You got to know what your utilities cost are and everything. And so introduce me to our guest.
So Shubham is joining us from Jaipur, and he's running a lot of good, innovative businesses, and one of them is Engineer Bazaar. Shubham, would you like to discuss something about our viewers and with our board?
Yeah, hi, hello. Hi, good evening, all of you. Now, my name is Shivam Khandeval, and I am doing tacky stuff in the Indian society. And recently, we have some kind of product developed for the COVID solution for the India and worldwide. We have working for the tech industry, and the COVID definitely affects completely tech industry in the India because of the China. China is mostly a supplier of all of the techie stuff all entire the world. So that for COVID infection, the almost the uh, chain of economic instability have been broken by the China side, and it's totally the supplier change uh, depend completely tech based on China. The supply chain completely break down, so the tech startup completely uh, based on China. All the techie components will be provided by the China itself, so the it affects completely in the segment of tech startups right now.
And can you discuss about your startup and what do you do and how you started working on this new invention which you have, which is for COVID-19?
Basically, we have developed two kind of product. The one is sanitizer and tunnel. Uh, Basically, what we have to do in the sanitizer and tunnel, any human body, we have identified any human body, they can directly goes into the tunnel, and we sanitize the human body completely, clothes, foot to head. In 30 seconds, it's a totally depend on automatic sensor based. We completely sanitize all of the vehicles on from the tunnel solutions. Second, we have developed a temperature sensing monitor system. It's a completely AI and ML based software. They can directly turn on from any human body interference in the range of that particular sensor. They can directly on and scan the body temperature of on it. Then we have identify if the temperature is high, then the system will directly push notification, and the alarm will be open, so they can inform to us, so we can directly communicate to the server, the person of the that have some kind of issues and some kind of problems they have. Second, we have developed a live streaming of that particular areas and particular video, so we can develop that particular things. Uh, Third, we have inbuilt hotspot feature. That means you can connect the camera with your tablets and mobile phone and a smart TV without Wi-Fi or internet. They have rechargeable battery, so you can around 8 to 9 hours backup in this system. In this inbuilt speaker system, so you can two-way communication towards the person and directly to the system. So we can inbuilt all the things in a single system.
Can we have some kind of a demo so that
I'll take your leave now. It's really late for me here in Hong Kong. I'll take your leave, but I'm really excited to hear about your products. I wish you all the best, Shubham.
Thank you,
And
thank you, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. I always enjoy your
Take care, take care.
conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Earth Day. Happy Earth.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Happy,
you.
sir.
So, explain. Do you have a demo that you
Yes,
can?
we have a demo. Yes, we have a demo. We have an image of that product.
Can you share the screen and can you share our viewers what you have
We would
for us
love
today?
to see what you're. Yes, please. This is very exciting. A real startup with a real product that has a real solution, folks. Real solution, and it all evolved in during COVID-19. I mean, this is what we're talking about. You know, you don't have to sit at home being bored, right? What created? What got you going on this?
Yes,
Yeah.
I have
You
opened that
know,
image.
Okay.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
and I mean, Kim, the name of startup is Engineer Bazaar, which means like an engineer market.
Okay.
Yes, definitely, definitely.
Can you put that online for us? Can you put that on a banner for us?
Yes, yes, I have the website of the Engineer Bazaar.
Can
So,
you share the screen and,
Engineer
show
Bazaar. I can see Engineer Bazaar, but if you've got a website that we can put up, and if you could share with us a presentation or a demo so that the world can
I will
just
share. I will share with the Ankit sir on your email ID.
Okay.
Okay.
What we have developed.
So so this is exciting. Is this your share a little bit about your background? Okay, you've got this startup going, but this isn't your first startup.
Yes.
It is your
Not the first. My first startup is based on in the field of education. We have developed some techy stuff for the education sector. Then we have developed that startup for the techy solution because we have to think the world needs some kind of techy person. So we have just start small things and start some kind of tech innovations and the things. We have
okay.
developed too many projects for the Indian Army, for the some kind of Dubai clients and some Indian clients.
No, this is awesome. Like I love watching engineering brains. I'm an engineer myself, so
Oh, that's great.
I,
That's great.
I graduated in 1982. So in
Okay.
engineering, that's when we had punch cards, right? We didn't have real computers. We had punch cards. And now we have all of
Okay.
this fancy equipment. You can engineer, and so explain to us about the tech company that you have, the techie company.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you.
Are you able to get the demo up?
Uh, I mail and WhatsApp to Ankit sir.
Okay, I'll check it. Can you explain more about your company, how it started, and what are you doing in that?
Yeah. How did it start? And then we'll get online how people can contact.
Basically, my company started in 2016 for the product of Taki. We help for the architect and we help for the some kind of Indian Army and government sector. We have developed a product for the airmen for the controlling the air pollution entire of the country. The that product of the Asia's first air pollution controlling device. They completely working in the field of IoT and the solar technology. We have developed that kind of sensor. They can sense zero point 0.1 microns particles, and we have built up that kind of filters from. They can run from the solar technologies. So it will be some kind of innovative. Second, we have developed some kind of a product for the uh, water solutions. We have developed a water filter. You can just filter all the water from the segment of minus 0.10 microns virus factors. So you can wash anything from the uh, that filter. You can easily remove all the virus from your all the fragments and all the stuff. They can you can easily wash. So that's that kind of products we have developed. We have also developed a product name is zero gravity lamp, that can, you don't have any kind of energy sources in the field of that product. We have developed a product which we have developed kinetic energy into the electrical energy. So you can, that product completely useful for the Indian Army. Indian Army totally based on high climates of Everest. So you can, they can just use anything and charge anything from without any electrical source, and they can charge their batteries, their phones, and their equipments from the gravitational force and kinetic force.
Wow. So I'm interested in seeing how that works. So it's not tethered to any other kind of electronic abilities, electricity. It actually develops a charging capability for your other devices.
Yes, yes, yes. They can just convert kinetic energy into gravitational energy. Then we can convert gravitational force into the electrical energy. So
Wow.
that's where, that's the fundamental of the complete kinetic energy. So just we can think, just it's just like a Newton theory. Apple just broke down and they can convert the things of gravitational force.
Thomas Edison kind of dabbled in some of that research, and it never went anywhere. And I learned through some resources who were, I guess, affiliated way, way back in the day. And the stories were that it was all about money, right? If we develop that now, we're not going to make all the money that we need to make off the telephone lines and the power lines, So we have to make our money off of this first and distribute this, because this is where utility companies can make their money. So they set aside or backlogged his patent room for all of that kind of technology that would generate power wirelessly or without the gas and oil supporting the power, or other resources, nuclear. So I always thought that was interesting research to me, to learn that he had all of these ideas and they never went anywhere. Because it was all about the utilities making their money, not about let's get a better power source out there. So you got this new source. How do we find it? How do we buy it? Is it ready for market? I mean, what do we do to get it? I'm interested. I want one. It's my kind of technology.
Could you show me? Do you have the water filter? Can you show us the water filter?
Not right now, because that filter is available in my office. I can share you the complete details.
So you don't have it at home. You cannot install
So
it at home.
Not right now, because they can install on my office and my landlord home, but not right now at my office, at my home.
I think there are certain limitations right now to what we can do, and if things are left at the office.
It's ironic. You cannot use the very technology you invent.
Well, the thing is that if you left stuff at work and you didn't know that you weren't going to be able to go back to work the next day, their lockdown is a little bit different than ours, where I guess we could sneak off to the office if we really wanted to. They really don't leave. They don't go anywhere. So can't hear me. So anyway, Ankit, do you have the demo up?
Yeah, I'll just share the picture what Shubham shared with me. So here we go.
Yeah, the water
Can
filter.
you,
I've done
this,
some research in that area.
Shubham?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. There we go.
Can you share? Yeah.
The body temperature screening smart camera. Now, Willie, you were talking about technology like this.
Yes, yes, yes. That product I have developed on 10 to 15 days ago.
Okay.
Can you explain more about this? What are you mentioning, and what are the features and how you can use it?
Basically, the feature of is that that have inbuilt camera. You can scan the temperature of the any kind of human body. Second, they have rechargeable battery with 8 hours backup. and there is a inbuilt SD card feature. You can directly connect with the any server, any tablet, any PC, any mobile instrument. You can upload that video, that image in the directly to the government server or any private server.
Okay.
There is a voice confirmation from input side. If there are any emergency or any alternative temperature is available, they can directly notice to the server and backend panel.
So how do
Second,
they? How do you inform it? I mean, sorry to interrupt, but how do you inform it? Is it through SMS, through a phone call, or through some kind of a warning? How do you inform people?
there's a many kind of features. You can put the your mobile number, you can put your SMS features, you can put your WhatsApp number, you can put your server detail. There's any sources, you can put anything.
Okay.
There's a basically we have developed that kind of CMS software for that cameras and that sensoring part. They can directly communicate with the camera and the scanning embedded system. They can read out each and everything from the software, so you can communicate with the anything from the backlink part.
And how many screens you can do at one point of time? How many people you can screen?
In a time single person right now. The distance of that particular camera is 2 meter. You can range of 2 meter. You can scanning will be from 30 to 40 seconds.
No, but how will you do it? I mean, someone should come in front of the camera, or you will.
Yes, yes, yes. Someone should come front of the camera. They
Okay,
can
so is it,
they have an ultrasonic sensor, so they can identify the human body, and they can a speaker, they can just push it out ki, there is a camera that you can directly to put up, and there is a 30-degree angle, so approximate there is a 3 to 4 feet height they can measure.
so Kim, a question for you: can we replace it with Ring in America?
But pardon?
Kim,
Can
are
you
you there?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm here. I was listening. Ask that
Can
again.
can we replace it with Ring, or we can? I mean, map up with Ring, and
So,
it would be good because yeah.
so I would love to test drive it and take a look at it. I in my mind I see many different applications. Maybe putting it in the schools before children start school, putting it at a workplace. So when you're checking in at work, it scans you. Um, it could go into security systems, right? Like where you get
Yeah.
scanned at the airport. So there are so many different applications for this. Willie had spoke about, and they have glasses, right? You can look at people and you can scan the infrared of people. So I think that there's a use for this because what I like about it is it's taking the data and it's collecting it, right?
Yes, yes,
So
definitely.
you can. And one of the things that makes that very valuable is that you can utilize that data to for many different things. Not just did certain people have a certain temperature level on a day, but where were people every day, right? That person was there, right? So now you've got data that if somebody was sick, you can quickly accumulate how many people were together in or pass through a certain center on a certain day, and you can associate, well, this person was sick that day and came in contact with all these people. So you have all kinds of data that you can use for various different things without violating a person's privacy, because now you don't have to go through it HI, you let AI do it all. So
Definitely.
so no, I see a lot of reason. I would love to have a beta unit to work with here in the U.S. to see, can we make sales for that here? I can see that at the grocery store. But there are so many other data we could start collecting that go through the same system, right? You've already got a system started. So not just scanning the temperatures and people's faces, but also maybe scanning if they have to give a sample of blood every day, right? that data is all still connected into the same system. Your back end is still collecting more and more data. You just keep growing it. How can you scale that? So,
it would be useful for, I think, doctor's clinic as well. If someone is visiting a doctor, if they have a camera outside, they'll know who is coming and also what are the body temperature they have, and so they will be prepared for. What do you think, Doctor, you about this?
So Shuban,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
What is the difference? I like your camera, but there are already a lot of camera companies like Fleur, right? So what is the difference between your camera and Fleur, right?
Difference between?
Yeah, there's another company called Fleur,
Yeah.
and they have a handheld infrared thermography camera.
Okay. I got it.
Yeah. Handheld.
Basically, on that infrared gun, basically you can identify only the temperature, but you can't add the CMS, and you can't measure how many people you have to be taken, and you can't take any kind of video. We have take the picture for the particular person. We have take the video of the particular person, and you can, if there is any chances to be improvement, or there are any chances to be uh, lagging of that particular person, you can directly to be inbuilt and directly to be identify who can have the any body temperature, that kind of person. So there is a CMS and identification, and second, there is a video and picture capacity, image capacity. Then you can store in the your server and in the your any local hotspot.
You know this product, right? The handheld.
Yes, pardon.
This
Yes,
also detects thermography.
Yes. There is a no inbuilt CMS software. We have used same technology, but with the CMS inbuilt software.
So your technology will detect body temperature accurately through clothes. You do not have to take your clothes off.
No, this is not my technology. We have just
no. So that camera can detect body temperature through the clothes. You don't have to take clothes off.
No. They can scan the temperature within the clothes.
With clothes, okay. And then how far away do you have to be?
2 meters.
Oh, good. How much is the camera in US dollars?
It's a one camera of 2 megapixel.
How much is
it cost? How much it cost?
Costing of that particular system is completely system is 70,000.
$70,000.
US dollars.
$1,000.
$1,000.
1,000. Okay.
Yes.
And then what is that DPI, or what is the camera quality?
Camera quality is we have used 2 megapixel right now.
2 pixel.
2 million.
2 megapixel.
Ankit?
I'm sorry.
What is
Could you type that in? How many pixels?
We use 2 megapixel.
2 megapixel. Okay.
Yes.
Sanitizing shower gate.
You can that sanitizer machine.
Yeah. So
I want them for the grocery store. I want all of the grocery carts sanitized.
Shubham, what is this machine
Why
all
don't
about?
you? So you're going to sell those for 1,000, right? That's your retail. You're going to sell those.
Yes, we have taken already 50-piece order from Jaipur and Delhi.
All right. The problem, if you want to sell that in the US, you need a FDA clearance, right?
Yes.
So if you send me one unit, I can do the testing and I can apply to get it cleared. Just like Kim said, send us a sample.
Send a beta.
Yeah, and then I'll use it on my patients, and then I can apply to get the FDA clearance for your company to help you
in the US.
Right.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I will.
To sell in a regulated market, Shubham, to sell into regulated market, medical device requires CE certificate and ISO certification as well. Yes,
KC.
yes, I have ISO certification.
Do you
And
have
CE
CE?
certificate also. CE also.
So Dr. Yu, I think we will figure it out after the show. I know how to do it. So maybe
This is
that
mandatory,
will.
very interesting, Ankit. They're very interesting.
But this is a
Yeah,
good
no.
conversation as a startup for people to understand that there are
Yes.
certifications. You just can't say, I'm going to order this and distribute it in the US. That's why I said, we need a beta unit. We need
Yeah.
to get researched the applications. And like Dr. Yu says, it needs certification, that it needs to be approved before we can make it a marketable product in the US. It's not just as
Yeah, I've gotten my lasers, my laser therapy. I've gotten them 510 cleared, so I know how to do it. I can help you out.
There you go. So
Very
there you
good.
go. Making connections happen with the right resources. But again, this is what I tell. This is good information for startups.
Yeah.
We just don't get stuff and distribute them in the U.S. That's not how it happens. That's what I tell people, even in the telecom industry. You have to get everything certified before you can sell it. People thought, oh, I'm going to get this watch out, this little smartwatch.
Even now,
Not that
all
easy.
direct shipments from China have been blocked. You can't even order things in Alibaba. It has to be rerouted through Hong Kong or Korea. It's crazy. You can't even get this stuff. Yeah.
No, this is what I tell people. If you don't have it in your hands now to build it, you're going to have to wait. But I think this is an exceptional piece of equipment. And again, Dr. Yu, he's got the certifications and the knowledge to make it happen. So this is the one I've been interested in because I'm not too interested in, I don't know how people get sanitized. That kind of scares me.
I love it. I love it.
Get a shower as you're going to work, right?
It's like a drive-through, drive-through car wash, right?
Yeah, put your hands out.
Everybody's home entrance before you enter your home.
Yeah.
I'll do that now. But is that a revolving floor that you stand on and you go like this, or do you walk through it? But I see this at grocery stores where the grocery carts are, right? I want my grocery cart sanitized 100%. And as I go to the store, no, they wash our carts every day. They hand wash the carts before you come and get one. They don't let you
Yeah,
take.
but you're gonna get wet in this, aren't you? You're gonna get wet.
Well, explain it to us. Let's explain this. Do we get wet? This is cool. So how does this work?
This is excellent for hospitals, healthcare.
Yeah, great for hospitals. A patient
They could
just
change their clothes after,
So
Maybe
explain, how wet do I get when I walk through this? Am I like I got my expensive suit on. How wet do I get?
Basically, we have developed two kind of models of that particular system. The one is automatic, then second one is the manual on off switches. The person, any kind of person, they can enter in the system, and as soon as person will be enter in the system, the machine will be automatic on and sanitize the person through of sanitizer shower, and the humor sense completely shower in the in approximate from 0.8 micron to 10 microns per billion per second from through of the 14 nozzle we have to use in the particular system. Operation will continue work through the twising moving body parts for the best killing for the virus in 15 seconds, and after the person is out, the shower machine will be automatically off from the sensor. Auxiliary communication the fielding of the particular 120 LPH or 180H flow sensor, and approximate head of 60 to 80 bar.
So will it mess up my makeup?
No. You can't.
I spent a lot of time this morning on my hair, and if I have to go through that machine, it looks like this when I get out, I'm going to be really upset.
At the end of the tunnel, there's going to be a robot, and it does your makeup.
Yeah,
it's going to take. There's going to be a facial recognition camera at the start. And it's going to put your makeup exactly what the facial recognition camera shot of you.
Do you ever see the movie Casper, the human movie Casper, and the guy who owned the house? had that machine that is called the wake up machine, and it would take him down through a tunnel, and it would brush his teeth, shave his hair, spray his, does his. It's beautiful. It's fabulous. I got to know, what does it cost to? First off, do you have a patent on it?
It will completely depend on what product we have to use. We have developed 3 products for that particular system. The one is based on iron frame. The second one is the plastic frame, the PVC frame. Then third one is we have developed the SS frame. The costing difference 30,000 to 99,000. Depend on the quality and depend on the particular system.
Wow. So would that be something? So are you manufacturing those now?
But pardon?
Are you those are manufactured and deliverable right now?
Do you have ready products?
Are they?
Yes, we have supplied around 3 pieces in the Jaipur and 2 pieces in the Delhi.
Okay. So I'm curious because I mean this kind of system in this day and time, especially talking about re-entry policies. Yeah. I see, again, first thing I see is my grocery cart going through this, because I think it's the nasty, because so many people touch it and the food gets in there and everything. But there's just so many other applications for it, not just there. I can see the airports where you have to go through this before you even enter an airport, right? And your luggage goes through it, right? Your luggage has to spend. So I see, and I can get contacts to buyers in that area. How do I connect with you to buy all of this? How do we? how many can you manufacture at a time?
In a day, around approximate 900 to 1,000 person.
Okay. All right. Is that something that?
What happens is that he can manufacture, but I'm not sure about the logistic part because still the lockdown is there, so we are not sure whether we will be supplied to.
I'm a businesswoman. Okay, I know everybody thinks I'm just a talking head on a TV show, but I've raised a lot of money. But you see this opportunity, and timing is everything. Okay, yeah. So license your product to be manufactured in other countries. This is what we're going to have to start doing until we get up. And then you build a partner, right? So like one of the big things that happened recently was a particular mask, right? That has a patent on it. And another company started 3D printing them so that the hospitals could have them, but it had a patent on it. They called first and said, can we do this? And they go, no, we're not going to release it. But if you print them, we're not going to sue you. Because we're not going to sue anyone who's trying to provide a need right now. But when you're done, we want to do business with you. Here's the thing. It would be cheaper at the end of the day for you to have a business relationship in the U.S. where we manufacture these for you. We license the rights to manufacture. Yeah. Right? Definitely. We license the rights to manufacture even if you didn't have it patented, there's going to be people here who are going to try to steal it. I am ethical. I am going to say, I want to pay you because you came up with this idea, right? And we will white label it, or we will label it with yours and redistribute it here. But we can manufacture it here as well. And this is where I keep saying we're going to have to go back to community startups, right? That's not a bad relationship to have, right? Now you've got another country manufacturing for you, not cheaper. You're not cheaper, but you're not spending the money of shipping. You're not having to go through customs, and all you're having to do is you're collecting a check for the rights to license. You're not having to deal with the marketing. You're not having to deal with the sales, the delivery, any of that, right? You just sold a license, and I'm ethical enough. I mean, I know engineering wise because I've got products out here that pump water and stuff, and I could rebuild them any day of the year. But I'm not going to do that. That's what the Chinese did to the people over the years, and that's why people hate them and don't want to do business with them. I'm not that kind of. Even if you didn't have a patent, I'm not going to take it from you. I'm going to say, what can we do to work together? This is your idea. This is your product. And the Shark Tank guys are going to go, you're an idiot, Kim. You're an idiot. How are you going to make money doing this? We're going to steal it from you. We're going to build it because we're going to be first. We're going to be ethical, and we're going to find ways to be competitive, right? And the only way to be competitive is to be like this. We have to work together,
Definitely.
right?
We work with the togetherness.
Shubham, Shubham, Shubham.
Yes.
Firstly, you have done a great job. It's a very good
What a,
innovation.
what
It's
a
need of the
good.
hour actually, because world is facing this thing, and you have given a very you I should say you hit the nail on the head.
Yes, you did.
But I am a regulatory
Definitely.
guy also. I know about the medical device, pharma, everything regulatory because I'm into the pharma business.
Okay.
So for your
Great.
product, this product falls under the medical device actually. So for this, you have to take care the regulatory part. It's very very important for you because see,
Definitely.
world is
Definitely.
divided into two part majorly. One is purely regulated market, which is America, Europe, Japan, and some part of Latin America. When you are planning for these countries, you have to have the CE certification, which is very mandatory. Packaging as per the requirement of CE. CE has the special packaging parameters and
Okay.
the ISO certification. Medical device has a special ISO for the medical device only. You
Yes.
cannot
Yes. Yes.
use that other services medical device. So these three things are
Definitely.
very very important for your business to attract the regulated market. And when you are talking about the semi regulated market, you even escape with these things also, no mandatory. But in regulated market, it is very very required, and you have to take care of the regulatory part very strongly. Then
Mhm.
your business can move on the positive direction, and you can do wonderful job in into the global market. Because right now the bigger manufacturer, one of the bigger manufacturer in the world, are right now sidelined actually. We don't want to associate with the China, so we require more Shubham
Definitely.
like that. Only one Shubham cannot fulfill this opportunity. We want millions of
Definitely.
Shubham.
Definitely.
So,
Okay.
and
Yeah, we can. We already use.
Okay.
Hello.
well, he'll come
No
back.
worry.
So,
No
one of the
worry.
things that I
Yeah.
wanted, I know what he's bringing up is that we use a lot of infrared scanning, and I'm aware of this because, especially when we were talking about the oil industry. I've worked in the oil industry off and on. I go to the CIRA conference every year, which is the most powerful oil, gas, and energy conference of the world. Um, and we've seen the infrared scan used not, and I asked why we can't use it on the human body, right, why aren't we using it on people's bodies to check for those kind of things. They were using it for equipment, right? We were testing pressure, heat, and things like that. And we had VR glasses that guide us into dark room machineries, and then they give us instructions of where to reach, how to turn, what the pressure, so we see everything, including the heat. But okay, go ahead, Dr. Yu. I think you're visible now.
Yeah, so we use the thermography to diagnose inflammation in the patient's body. But the problem is the patient has to take their clothes off. So if your technology can do it through the clothes, it will really make it easier.
Yes, a lot easier. And,
Yes,
and
we can.
I would like to know if your technology could see other things besides just the body temperature. So in some infrared scanners, we can see hot zones. We can see where if you've scanned your body more than once, like once a month, it can tell you when things have changed. Because, well, that's, how the artificial intelligence is built. It's going to continue monitoring certain spots and certain things, but can it look at and see different things other than just the heat? Yes.
Oh, talking to me? Yeah.
No, I'm
Well,
not.
they use it.
Shimbu,
Yeah.
Shubham.
Shubham, please.
Did he freeze?
Hello.
Shubham, please respond.
Kandawa.
Hello. Yeah.
Kandawa. I love this. I got twins up here. Kandawa.
Must be popular name.
Kandanwal is a
Yeah.
business community actually.
So I'm curious
Yes.
about
And that was the name of.
other things. Can we program it to scan other things besides body temperatures? Is what I'm curious.
It's a we have product for the research on the 90% in the our production factory, and we have tested more than 100 people, and the temperature will be 98% will be the same.
Okay.
So the occurrence will be 98.19% for that particular system.
Okay. So what we need to do is, if you're interested in entering it into the U.S. market, is let's. So one thing, we can't ship things from India to here. I don't know how we're going to do that. We'll have to figure that out. Some kind of cargo. Maybe we can get it being shipped with some kind of cargo.
No, just fly it over on the plane. Take it with you.
Oh wait, Ankit, you're off. What's wrong, Ankit? There we go. We can't hear you. There you go.
So I think, what's happening is that if we deal with the governments between the two countries, we can manage the shipping part, because that's how the work is going on right now. Without that, no one wants to work. So I mean, if we have the production or products available, and if you have the order through your foreign ministry, we can supply it anytime.
Supply in India.
So also, because
For Dr. Yu, basically. So what happened is that I visited hospitals during the COVID lockdown, and because I am outside, and then once I try to get inside the hospital, they check the infrared thermometer whether I have a temperature or not. But I was out in sun, so I was a little warm, and it says I have around temperature. So they were like, okay, you have a temperature, you have to isolate yourself and things like that. So I said I just came outside from outside, and because of the sun heat, it might be a temperature. So they keep me 5 minutes. They keep me in the cooling area, and then they checked again, and it was fine. So while if we use these kind of cameras outside the building in the sun, would that work the same way? It will work inside. What do you think, Doctor Yu?
I think it definitely makes a difference, but ideally you want to be scanned room temperature,
Yeah.
right? But to be practical, if you're going to scan somebody outside,
It has
you're
to be
going to have
undercover.
baseline temperature depending if it's cold or hot. So yeah, ideally you want to do it inside, I would think. Yeah, or in a tent, so at least it blocks out the sun and the wind.
Yeah.
So if there is outside testing, they can do it, through his car wash, right at the beginning. Yeah.
Maybe a sanitization gate, and then they do the testing. What do you think, Shubham?
What, pardon?
So maybe first you sanitize the person and walk the. I think we lost him. So maybe once we sanitize that person using the sanitization gate, and on the other side of the gate we can check the temperature, and then we can make him work the way he wants to do. That would be the ideal situation.
Right, and I'm interested in that
Good
human wash
combo.
machine, the human car wash, because there's not just the grocery
Video
cart.
idea.
The airport is going to become a big one, and I think the luggage needs to be sanitized, right? So I think it, not just the humans need to go through this, but the animals, anything that goes through to the plane needs to go through this, because you got handlers, right?
Yes, we have also developed a product for the animal kind of thing. You can scan any animal, for the dog, any cow, any other part of animals.
Right.
We have currently we have research on them, that kind of product.
So if you could get me
Shubham.
some business, like get me your PowerPoint. If you got a video of the product actually working,
Yes,
somewhere,
we can. Yes, we can.
if you just get me that, let me go from there. I need some pricing, some volume pricing. So I need pricing for 100 versus 1,000 versus 10,000 versus 1,000,000. Okay, I need those variances. I know it sounds stupid, but I do need your pricing. And then if between you and I after this, I would like to get the breakdown of how to manufacture them here. And then what we'll do is we'll figure out some things. But I see that as a solution to a major problem that we have in order engaging globally. I love the thermometer too. And I think Dr. Yu can actually get that certifiable in the U.S. for you. And I think that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, there's there's a testing lab in San Francisco. I should have him on the call. He's a African American doctor, Dr. John Adamole or something, but he has a lab and he does the studies to get things FDA approved. So we can use his lab, and push it through. So
No, I 100% agree with these two solutions are fabulous. People, this is what it takes. You get your creative minds going. How can you solve a problem and put it to you? But the thing is, don't just think about it, execute it, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Mr. Kandawal, what kind of education do you have? What's your background in education? Did he?
Shubham,
Education. What is your education, Shubham?
Shivam.
Education background.
I'm engineer. I'm passed
Okay.
out from the RTU college, and after then we have done BTech from the RTU University. Then I have done my BTech and taken the IITs. That kind of information and that kind of things we are doing, and I have done a certification course from the UK from the VLSI designing, and I have done a certification course from the Indian Army for the VLSI communication from one internet to second internet.
Okay. Wow. So, you just, again, the importance of education, right? And the importance of knowledge before you just don't come up and dream these things up to engineer them. You have to have a little bit of education, a little bit of background, but also just consider, I want to know, what do you think in being an entrepreneur, what is the most important thing you've learned that you can share with other entrepreneurs that they should learn? What is one of the most important things you've learned?
Basically, I have learned from a one of my client, the Indian Army. I am just 23 years old, and I have just attended a single meeting from entire of the India. They have to become from that kind of particular coalition. How we can achieve a that kind of energy. So they have developed, they have charged that kind of products in Everest or in particular areas that there is no energy resources. The thing is that we have learned on that time of period, there's a small and small things available in the small and small chapter in the our childhood story. So we can learn and we can develop anything from our childhood book. So you have just think what you have a problem, and just think what is the solution. It's nearest to the your area. According to me, every problem has solution. Every problem has a big problem. If you think there is a problem, then definitely you have a problem. If you think there is a solution, then you have definitely a solution. So think positive, think big. You can achieve it anything.
There you go. I mean, that's very,
Lovely.
very powerful statement, and that's the true attitude of success, right? Is if you think you can, you can.
Thank you.
If you
Thank
think
you.
he has
you
he
can.
has a Steve Jobs heart.
No.
It's called the School of Hard Knocks, right? University of Hard Knocks. Yeah,
Oh.
that's a UHK, right? To me,
A
that's
business community.
valuable.
I'm
What?
sorry. A business community never says problem. We always
Yes,
says it's
absolutely, definitely.
opportunity. It's opportunity
It's
actually.
opportunity.
Hey,
Yes.
Mohammed,
Second,
you
Yes.
need to
basically,
you
I'm
need
the
to change
banda.
your name. You got to
Philip,
get pharma out of your name. People think you're a pharmaceutical company.
It is pharma.
How about pharma,
He's a
pharmaceutical?
pharma guy.
Pharma
He's a pharma guy. He's a pharma
He
guy.
knows it. He
I'm a
knows
Change
pharma
it
guy.
to change it to phytopharmaceuticals. Botanical
Yes,
medicine.
yes, yes.
Phytopharma. Phytopharma.
Very soon I will share you the details. I'm working on that. I'm especially working on the immunomodulators.
What was it, the
Okay.
market?
I'm very much inspired. I'm very much inspired with your thoughts, with your vision, and I'm working on the same direction actually. I accept that you are one of the ideal person for me. when you talk about the things, I really listen very seriously actually,
Well, I just
because
tell
your
the
thought,
truth.
because your
No.
thought can save many lives.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're in
Thank
the
you, sir.
business of
Nobody
saving
wants
lives.
to know.
Doctor, you will tell you. I tell
You
you,
have
you
to watch
have a lot of.
you have to watch the Jack Nicholson Tom Cruise movie, A Few Good Men. Jack Nicholson is like, we're in the business of saving lives. Yeah.
Doctor, you won't believe.
You
We
can't handle the truth. Yeah.
Handle it
Kim, I have
exactly.
one question. Kim,
Yeah.
who enters into business? This is a very big question actually.
Who what?
Who enters into
Mike,
business?
Mike.
Who enters into business?
Who enters into business?
Yes, it's a very big question.
It is a
In
big
my
question.
opinion, those who are very qualified, they try to get the job first. They want to be an employee. But those who are not very qualified, they think that their life is not going to be changed. So they try to enter into business. But those who are a qualified person, if they enter into business, they do magic actually.
Yes.
I believe, Mohammed. I believe people who have courage and who wants to do something for others, basically, they join the business because they can employ anyone, and the person who is well qualified, they would
Mhm.
that he would work as a good employee. That would be the balance. What do you think, Kim?
I think
Yeah.
once you become
Mhm.
an entrepreneur, you become unemployable.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think it's the unemployable that usually go out and become entrepreneurs. They have a mindset that can't work in a box. And once the mind has been expanded, you can never go back. So I think it's just purely people who are unemployable. That was my problem. I was unemployable. So,
What do you think, Lynn? What do you think,
It
Lynn?
varies.
Lynn, what is
Philip.
your opinion? Because you've got more than one
Yeah,
company.
Lynn, please.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I must say,
must say.
I actually, I learned when I was 25 that I was unemployable. And I'd like to say that's 20 years ago, but nobody would believe me.
I
But you would? Oh, I love you, Kimberly. So anyway, yeah, I've been involved in starting probably 15 businesses at this point. I'm involved in 7 right now. I think you're right. I lost a business in 2009, and the fact of the matter was, I looked around and said, I'm unemployable. So I guess I better go start some more.
That's what happened to me. I can't work for anybody else now.
Right.
I have a low tolerance for waste, right? I have this, and big corporations waste so much. To sit in a boardroom and talk about all of these things. I mean, I'll never forget when I went into a boardroom with the government. It was Homeland Security or Department of Defense. And they had all of our equipment that they purchased from us, $150,000 per piece of equipment, sitting as doorstops. These were high-tech pieces of equipment to help them spy on the world. And they're sitting there, $1 million worth of and sitting as doorstops. And I cringed on the inside of me. This is waste. This is they spend money and don't even think about how they're spending money. I can't work that way. I got to know where my money's going. I waste money too. I'm not going to be wrong. I'm not going to lie to you. I have wasted money, but you're more careful with everything you have and everything you do when you're employed yourself. You're just more resourceful. It's just, am I right, Mohammed? Am I
Yes,
right?
I'm totally agree with you. I
Yeah.
have very lovely questions with you. What are the key factors that you want to share with the startups actually, that can motivate them to join the startups? What are the key factors? What are the strong points a businessman should have, and you learned over the time as well?
So I think you just need a powerful spirit and willpower to get off your duff and just do it and execute. But don't be afraid of failure. That to me is the biggest key is that you're going to make mistakes. keep going. Don't give up. And I think my greatest mentor and inspiration was Jimmy Valvano, and that was his speech: is don't give up, don't ever give up. So if you can't approach things and realize that you're going to make mistakes, as much data as you collect and as perfect as you are in white papers and stuff like that, you're going to make mistakes. You just got to say, okay, I'll go on to the next one. That's the secret, I really think.
Lovely.
What about you, Mohammed? Because you've got a very successful pharma company in your name.
Very
Right up
interesting question. Very
pharmaceutical.
interesting question. Actually, I was fired. Why I was fired? Because I applied for a vice president recruitment, and I was working in a pharma company as a group product manager. At the time of firing, I said, "See, I have done nothing wrong. I will inform you 1 month advance. I will give you 1 month notice." But my employer was not ready to listen. But no, 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 I will fire you right away, and he fired me. And I came and informed my wife, Anita, my employer has fired me. So she smiled and said, "Don't worry, you start your own." But that time I was not having a single penny because it was the last week of the month.
It's a penny. I got one. So I found one, just like out of the blue, just a penny. So there you go. I know the feeling. Go on.
But one thing is very important for me. I was having 2 kids, and I have to earn. I was forced that I have to earn anyhow. So same day, I have written a profile of my company, and my daughter name is Meher. So I started my company with the name of Meher Pharma International, and within 3 days, I earned 6 months salary.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes, and I got a call from my employer. Please come back. I will increase your salary. Gula sir, I'm sorry, I'm not going to come back. And within 8 months of time, I bought my office within 8 months. And within 1.5 years of time, I bought my office again, the new office and new houses, 3 houses at a time.
Wow.
Then my employer, came to my office and said, "You have done a wonderful job." And right now, that manufacturing company is Asia's largest pharma manufacturing company.
Wow.
And one day, when I started my Pharma Ratan Universe Award, I had given award to him first for the best Asia manufacturer. So it is possible when anybody take it positive. A challenge is a positive. So my employer came and I selected him and given to Pharma Ratan Asia Best Manufacturer Award as well.
So you didn't burn the bridge, did you? You didn't burn the
But
bridge.
yes, but my ideal person is Jack Whale again. Jack Whale, the chairman of GE, and
Okay.
he has given one more, the most important thing. Jack Whale, Jack Whale has given me a very important thing. What is the key of success? Innovation and marketing. And I was not having money, but I was having these two things. So
Yeah.
these two things has given me. Is it audible? Is it audible?
Yes.
Yes.
So these two things given me direction, motivation, and I'm a successful person right now. I am a simple millionaire right now in US dollar, but I'm very happy that I'm a successful person. But when I started my business, I was having zero penny, no penny.
And look what you did with no money. My dad always told me that you don't have to have money to become a successful business person. And he taught me the school of hard knocks in doing that. And it was funny. I just found a penny. You talked about you didn't have it. It was right. I'm like, where did it come from? Oh my gosh, there's a penny. But you say something very powerful is that you did not burn that bridge. It's so easy because that's what happened to me. I got laid off, and that was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. At the time, I was very angry and upset about it. But at the end of the day, when I moved on to the next stage of what I was supposed to do, I was making 4 times my salary. And I would not have done that if they had not have laid me off. I was very angry because I was very comfortable. But what does that tell you? When you're comfortable, you're not making the right changes, right? This is what I tell people. When you find yourself as you're too comfortable, you're not growing. You're not expanding where you need to be. And look what you did. You turned it into a multi-million-dollar business. I love how your story, just your first paycheck was the same amount as you would have had in months, right? Oh my God. And then he wants you to come back to work. No way. Why would I want to come back to work and slave for you to make this kind of income when I can make this? No. So good for you. I love those stories. I am the one who will sit there and write a thank you card and send it to him. Look, I'm not being facetious. Thank you very much for letting me go. I appreciate it. I ended up doing 100 times, but they take it wrong. They shouldn't. But I am one to send a thank you card and say, you know what, you forced me to make changes that were better for me, and I may have hated you at that moment, but I don't now. So, that look what you did. You made a business relationship out of it. Wow.
And the most important thing, I'm a very simple person, and I have no access with the Bollywood here or here in India. But God has given me an opportunity to give award to the Hollywood actor Joe Egan. Joe Egan has given defeat to the many of the global wrestlers as well, and he's very known figure in the Hollywood. Joe Egan. He's a very successful actor and boxer as well. So I feel lucky. I have given award to him as the best, strongest person on the earth. And in pharma industry, one is a very renowned organization, which is CPHI. And I have given award to Cara Turner, who is a British lady, and she is the brand director of CPHI. So all these things motivate me to do more and more. And one the most important thing, I united whole pharmaceutical industry of the world actually in one platform for relationship development. Actually, relation gives revenue, recognition, respect. So these are the mandatory things. So we have to have see whatever right now we are here. We are here to improve our relationship. Once we will be having relationship, we can easily generate the revenue very easily if we are smart enough. Recognition and respect as well. Yes.
There's no doubt in my mind that we will not rebound the economy with. This is what I said. We're too smart, right? If we're not greedy, if we do not become greedy, everyone will win. Everyone. We just have to be patient. Don't leap. Think things through. This is a serious situation that we have to re-enter the world. It's kind of like re-entering from space, right? We're going to re-enter, but we're not going to leap, right? We're going to stage it, be patient. But I think you're right. I think that if we do this right, we'll all make money. And we don't have to be greedy with it. One of the things I've noticed is a lot of the very wealthy people, they're philanthropists. I can't ever pronounce that word. Philanthropists. But anyway, they donate back to the world, right? A lot of the NFL players, that's how I met them, was programs that they're part of during the Super Bowl week. And they all give back. And a lot of people don't see it. A lot of people don't see all the money that is given back. They just think, oh, these people just make all this money and keep it to themselves. And the only time you hear about it is when there's a big urgent matter, when like the Bill Gates family donates big chunks of money. But in all reality, all of these millionaires and billionaires actually recycle money back into society on a consistent basis. Mohammed has been putting money, and not just money, but resources back into his community, which is where you need to begin, right? Because we can't go out into the world right now, but you begin by just refeeding your community and giving back to your community. Rebuild your community, and then we can rebuild the world. And that's what we have to do. But we've got some special guests here. We got Lynn from the dollar store, the Shepherd Family Dollar Store, which I'm going to be shopping at today because I ran out of provisions. And you actually have the items I need. So I actually told my family, just go to IBM.TV, hit the green button, and you're there. Because they're like, well, how do we get there? Just hit the big green button on IBM.TV. And they have so many of the things that you just generally need at home at a very cost-effective way. And if that's what we're talking about here in being a startup or just being economically sound today, shop economically. You don't have to drive anywhere. That's time saved. That's what I tell people. If you can save time, time is money. So, and I hate shopping. Anybody will tell you I hate shopping. I hate going. I hate thinking about it. I hate going into a store because they'll move things around on me. They're not always in the same place. You know, I'm just, it makes me nervous. But online, I could just say, search. I want my dust mask. I want gloves. There they are. You know, add them to the cart. How many do I want? You know, I want my Minion napkins. There they are. You know, I have to tell you, that's what made you famous to me. You had Minion napkins. Minion. You know, the dollar store has my heart now. So, but in all of that, you've got snack foods. You've got all the little things that you need at home. That you know, we have a dollar store not too far from here, but I'm not going to drive up there. I'm not going to walk in that store. You know, I don't know them well. I know them, but not well enough to know that they're cleaning things down like my grocery store does. My grocery store, I know the manager. I think he's got a little OCD in him, so everything gets scrubbed down. But I'm just shop the dollar store at home, folks. Lynn, tell us, what have we got this week that's or today that we can go shopping for?
Well, there are lots of things. I know you're going to show the site anyway.
Yeah,
but the newest thing, for people who believe that CBD can help them, we have small packets of CBD stuff. Interestingly enough, one of the things that came on the site were CBD patches. They came in on Monday. You can buy 2 CBD patches. Say that again, Lynn. That's sort of like you talking about philanthropists.
I can't say that word. I want to. There are some words in my vocabulary I can't. But okay. But CBD, yeah, CBD.
Right. So you can see that up on the CBD part of the site. But the interesting thing is we sell them for, I think it's about $6. I can't remember exactly for if you scroll down just a little bit.
Look how cheap it is. You know?
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's 2 for $4 for the patches. Okay. So the interesting thing is Amazon has 4 and they sell them for 18 or 19 bucks. So we're a whole lot cheaper than what Amazon is. And it's interesting. I haven't looked at the site today, but if you were able to buy dust masks, they're back on. They were off yesterday because we didn't have them.
I'm Googling. But this is my favorite mask, this collagen mask.
Oh, there you go.
Only $2, girls and men too. But these are very expensive at the cosmetic counters. You'll pay anywhere from $15 to $25 at the cosmetic counter for a collagen mask. And you guys have got them for $2. You don't have to go to the counter. You can order them. It's delivered. You can just sit, wait, put it on your face. I like to put them in the refrigerator. And you can reuse these if you know how to do it. You can reuse for $2. You don't have to. But when I pay $15 to $25 for them, I find ways I can reuse them. But there's other things like Lynn was talking about the dust mask that people are wanting to wear to protect themselves. Mask. There's gloves that I think your gloves are a fabulous deal. I don't think the dust masks are available anymore. You might have
maybe, yeah, because you said it earlier, so I thought you found them. They were basically sold out on Monday, And it's sort of like I heard somebody on the news this morning saying literally everybody is having trouble getting toilet paper. I mean, the food stores, Sam's, BJ's, Costco, everybody's having trouble getting toilet paper. And so we had it.
Occasionally you have that.
No, well, if we have it, it's just come in because frankly, we didn't have it, and now, yeah. See, it doesn't show right away,
Now,
so
are
we
you
don't have it.
limiting purchases so people are not hogging the? Are you rationing out the purchases?
We are rationing. Yes, when the dust masks were available, you could only get 2 packs of 2, because I tried to buy them out. I'm sorry. Yeah, just for fun.
You and Nick, I tell you, you and Nick's trying to do the same thing. There's been rumors of, and I get kind of just the way people went and just hoarded the purchases. And this one man bought so many, he wants to return them, and the store's not letting them return them. He bought $10,000 worth or something stupid like that. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. Why would you do that? And his mindset was that he could go out and resell them. And just, okay, you got a lifetime supply now. No, but people, the dollar store, what I like about it is if something's not there, it's not going to be there to show you so that you order it and then, oops, it's not going to deliver for a couple of weeks. But if you frequent it enough, but they got toothpaste, they've got soaps, deodorants, just all. They even got hair trimmer clippers. So if you need the hair trimming clippers, that because you got to do your hair at home now. I mean, let's see. I think I was talking to someone the other day. They were like, I can't get my hairdresser. Well, okay, guys, there's a trimming kit that you can get. Right here, it is.
Mm-hmm. But I'm going to grow a ponytail, so I'm not going to worry about that.
There you go. But here's your hair trimmer.
There it is.
Very inexpensive. It's you would probably pay $8 to $20 for the kit at Walmart or Target or even Amazon. So I'm like, okay, I'm personally not going to cut my own hair. I'm just going to keep letting it grow until this is over. So we're going to see how long that is, right? But even my hairdresser, they're making appointments for after COVID. So you got to line up to get in, and I'm just like, I'm not even going to book right now. I want to wait to see what happens after they release this into public. I'm going to give it 2 or 3 weeks and see if we become reinfected.
So one important point to people on the here with us today. Dr. Yu can order, but the rest of you unfortunately can't because you're outside of the United States. Right now, we only deliver within the United States. And so, Dr. Yu, I expect you to order about $3,000 worth of stuff to come to your place. And seriously, also free delivery for any person.
I gotta get some of my products on your site.
Yeah, well, exactly. Why not?
Well, we should.
What is the price? What is the price limit? Like $10 or what is it?
Well, I mean, they'll have specials of stuff that will be over the normal $1 to $3, which is typically what things are. But if you want to find out, get in touch with me, and I'll let you know. I'll put you in touch with the right people.
But I mean, there's coax cables. I was sitting here thinking the other day I need to rebuild one of my cables, and I got a lot of supplies, but I really don't want to go digging around for them. Can I? And I don't want to drive up to the store. But here you got coax cable stuff. So I'm sitting here going, wow, okay. Every time I go and talk to you, I kind of go and enter into more parts of your site. And I go, wow, this is pretty cool. But, folks, before you think, wow, I can't do that. I mean, they got paintbrushes. They've got, Look at all these kind of neat hair things for girls and makeup and toys. If you got little kids, they got all kinds of gizmos and gadgets. They got school supply stuff. You're teaching at home, you know. I go to look at the closeouts the other day. It was, uh, a moisturizer. So, but you can't go wrong moisturizing now. I hope everybody's drinking more water. But eyelash enhancer, that's very popular. That's actually very cheap. Um, so that's, folks, just you don't have to waste a lot of time driving anywhere and put yourself in danger and others in danger. You can shop at home. What's great about this is the Shepherd family has been kind enough that they donate to Money Masters and to our TV show. They could have donated to anyone, but they chose us because of our programming and our mission to help close that gap between poverty and sustainability. We want to educate people financially. We want to inspire them to become educated. The big part. It's one thing to sit there and offer education classes, but like everyone talked today, it's so boring. But we want to inspire you. So that's why sharing stories with people, what's important to your business, why, and everyone always talks, you always get down to the money, right? What
Mhm.
comes in and what goes out. You got to figure those things out. That's very important. Everyone we spoke to today talked about they didn't know that they had about check writing or using credit cards, and how much trouble you can get into if you don't know how to do that. But Lynn loved our mission. And but one of the things that I like about Lynn's story is that it's economically smart. I mean, why should I go out and spend a fortune on these items when they're right here in front of me? I don't have to shop for them, which is my favorite thing, and they come delivered to my door. Wow. How great. And Amazon is not delivering like they have been. Okay. Amazon is behind on a lot of deliveries from what I've been told. I'm not putting them down. I live on Amazon. But the dollar store is delivering in most cases to the door. If you have delivery to your door, my mailman comes here. So, you know, and or say you want to get a gift for somebody, or your kids are staying somewhere else, and you want to ship them something. You can have stuff shipped to other people. Say my mom is, if she were still alive, I would probably say, you know what, I'm going to send my mom some of these things,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
So send a gift from the dollar store. Why not? Right?
Sure.
So,
Sure.
so it's not just about buying for yourself. You might know somebody who's broke, doesn't have anything, that needs something. Ship it to them. And correct me if I'm wrong, Lynn, but I think if you spend $25, you get free delivery, free shipping,
You
right?
get free delivery, but here's the other thing. We have a rewards program, so you get rewards points for anybody who signs up to become a customer. They get immediately $5 worth of rewards points that they can use on their first purchase. And then for every purchase thereafter, every $10 spent gets a dollar's worth of rewards points. So and it's right. People can see it right in their, when they go to checkout, when they go to their cart and then they go to checkout, you can see how many rewards points you have, and just apply them as you want to. It's a great program. And we love to support a good charity, and that's why we picked Money Masters.
Thank you so much. We thank you, and we hope that people, they're not just doing it to donate to us, but just do it for your own pocket book and savings. Right? That's what we're about. Is getting the right items for the right price, not having to go anywhere, stay home, use your phone, use your internet and computer. There's no reason. So, Dr. Okay, so there's no reason. Sorry about that. Sometimes I see something pop up on our chat session, or a customer or viewers asking questions, and I want to make sure we get all the questions asked. But we're all about being economically sound right now. We all have to stay home. We're not making money. but you need things. Here you go. And, in a lot of ways, I think this was perfect timing. Um, I can't wait to do some of my shopping this evening when I'm done. I feel bad. I missed Henning's watch party last night. Something came up that I had to address, and it took all evening. But so anyway, I did miss Henning's watch party. Lynn is tapped into many different things, and somehow or another, our lives keep crossing over. Uh, but we've got movies. We're working with various different producers, but Henning Morales is doing some new movies coming up, and he's letting us have some of his trailers to show people, because or vaccine stories, which to me the vaccine stories can be as much fun and entertaining as the movie itself. I've been on his vaccine, so I will tell you it's a lot of fun to see what goes on in the back of a movie.
Yeah, he has some good ones from their trip to Italy, which they were a lot of fun to watch. So, and that's something we will get onto IBM TV. And I am going to have to jump off. I just want to say, sadly, one of the people involved in the films passed away yesterday. So,
oh dear, I'm sorry
yeah.
to hear that. Was that somebody from Italy or somebody from?
No, that was somebody from Texas, actually.
Wow, this isn't due to COVID, is it?
We don't know yet, but sadly has two disabled children, twins, both of whom were disabled. And he and I were just speaking last week with one of his children who'll never walk and never talk, sitting on his lap, and it just hit me. So I have to get on another call and find out what happened to him. So
well, share with me what we can do to help, please, because we want to be a family, and I'm very sorry to hear it. I do want to say something. Henning was blessed in many ways to be able to go to Italy and got out just before the crisis happened. He got out just in time, and it looks like unscathed. And nobody was infected, it appears. So, God has definitely blessed that family and you. So, so many blessings.
Yep. Blessings, and thank you all. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
We have our other guest. Well, it's not really a guest anymore. She's family. Alexandra.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, how are you?
Good. I'm so happy to be back. I've missed your faces.
It's only been a day.
I know.
It's family.
Yeah, it's like it's literally like 7:30 here right now in the evening. So it feels like I've gone like 4 days without seeing you guys. It's really weird.
Isn't that weird? It's like it's weird.
But Kim, before we start, I think we should tell our viewers that Alexandra is doing a show with us on IBM TV, and here are the details we have.
Yes, can you play it for us?
Oh, have you got the video?
Can we play it?
This is a banner right now. I'll play the video in the meantime. We'll discuss. So I'll play the video in the meantime.
So
yeah.
What's cool is she's going to be interviewing a lot of guests. So it's a musical show, but it's like going to a cafe, right? We're all kind of at home right now, kind of grumpy because we haven't been able to go get our coffee at Starbucks or meet up at the bar or something. But so you can kind of join her on the watch parties that we're going to have, and have your cup of cafe at home, but feel like you're in the cafe. Music. Yeah. Some very, very wonderful lineup interviews. And they're not just interviews of just music people. We're going to be talking business and just many other aspects of the entertainment industry, right?
Yeah, exactly. This week I've got singers and songwriters actors, ventriloquist comedians. So this week's, in fact, one of them, Cindy Alter, she's written a book. She has she survived cancer, so she's got a really interesting story. My sister Isabella Janes is going to be on. She's the comedian and ventriloquist and singer-songwriter. She came second in South Africa's Got Talent a couple of years ago, I think 2015. And then Nathan Rowe is a really, really cool singer-songwriter, comedian, actor. He was just in starring in South Africa's Kinky Boots before, obviously, the lockdown. So we've got a really cool group this week. But as we go along, there will be people that are in different business worlds, which will be really cool. As long as you've got some sort of, I like to say, as long as you've got a big toe in the music industry, you're in. And everybody's got a big toe. Everybody loves music. So, everybody's in.
There you go. I mean, and it's all positive energy because we talked about how music can heal. Is this a video?
Is this it?
Yeah.
Let's play it. Let's play it.
I ain't no typical girl. I ain't cheerleading wild. The boys they ball. I ain't no typical girl. No, I wanna be right there in the middle of
Cool.
The music is so upbeat, but your music is always upbeat, whether you're playing your own or somebody else's.
That's actually my next single. I'm actually going to be releasing that as my next single soon.
Wow.
But I thought it kind of fit because the song is called Typical Girl, and it's speaking about how I'm not a typical girl. And I think that applies to everybody, where none of us fit into a mold. None of us are just typical. All of us are not typical. So
No.
I thought it kind of works with the theme and talking about who we are as people and all that. So yeah, I am so excited for Sunday. I really, really am so excited.
We are too, because this is just a new outlet for people to be able to be entertained and just relax. And look at your equipment is working great today. Oh my gosh. Share, what have you been doing? Have you been working on your equipment?
No, you know what? I have my little home studio here, obviously, because I've just, I work at midnight, so I need a home studio wherever I am. But I thought I'd just set it up, and it kind of is working really nicely for the setup. I have to tell you, I am one of those people. When it comes to technology, I am stupid. I can't even switch on our television. I'll bring my sister here. I can't switch on our television. I'm one of those people. But to figure this all out, I'm so proud of myself. And it's sounding great.
I'm going to tell you guys what it is with Alexandra. It's determination. She's going to have it, and she's going to have the best, and it's going to work perfect, or else. And if she has to sit there and hand wire it herself, she will. It's just determination.
It's very true. Can I hop in with something that you guys were talking about earlier? Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
You mentioned, you were talking about these business startups, and you mentioned being unemployable. And I have to tell you, that's the first time I've ever heard that. And I love it. I think it's so true, because I'm one of those people. I am so unemployable. I work for my dad part-time. Whenever I'm in South Africa, I help out in the family business, pretty much. He owns a chemical hygiene company. So we're an essential service right now. So I'm helping out where I can.
Wow.
And if it weren't my dad that I was working for, I would have been fired like months ago, because I'll be sitting there and I'll do my thing. I'll call people. I'll do what I need to do. And then I'm like, I'll be done like in 2 hours. And then I'm like, what else can I do, Dad? Give me something else. Literally give me anything. And I will come to him with ideas like, can I do this? And what about this? And we can organize this, color coordinate this. I will literally find more work to do. And I've got plenty of other stuff to do, but I will find more work to do for him. And he loves it because, we obviously share the same genes, so it helps. So I mean, it's cool. I love that saying. I love being unemployable. It's such a true thing. I love it. We should all strive to be that way.
Well, I think once you expand out of the box, you can't go back.
Yeah,
You just,
exactly.
your mind, once your mind goes out here, it doesn't want to go back. So,
Yeah.
but working for your dad and saying the things that you say, okay, I'm done in 2 hours, that would happen to me. And
Yeah.
I would end up creating more work than what the company wanted. And it would irritate me. It's like you, there's so many more things we could do, but big corporations, they don't care about that, right?
Yeah.
Do your job, come in. And so a lot of people, they would be sitting around reading a newspaper for 2 or 3 hours. They could preoccupy their time. I I couldn't do that. I'm in
Yeah.
the lab building more things, maybe creating more problems or finding. Here's what they didn't like. I would break things and find more problems.
Ha.
But oh, thank goodness we found that. We can't ship that. We don't want to ship that. But you got the genes from your dad, right? And he owns this company. I would love to interview him to talk about his journey in starting this company. So we'll have to get him, right, Ankit? We'll have to get him on the show.
Oh my gosh,
And
he
you
would
won't
love
believe
that.
my dad is into my family is into chemical business as well.
Chemical business.
And
Oh, it like works. We could do like a whole family thing. How cool would that
yeah,
be?
So, and it would be interesting just to talk about his journey, right? What did
Yeah,
he do
I
to
love
get
it.
there? And then that would help us understand you a little bit more. So,
Because clearly I'm that hard to understand.
but I mean, I know Alexandra from I think it's been like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I can say a lot of things about Alex because I think whenever if she's up for something, she'll do it at any cost at any point of time. I think she'll be working 24/7, and and we were discussing Kim that she's sharing a lot of posters and things, and we were not expecting something like this, and then. And it's rolling like anything. I mean, and everything is perfect as what she thinks. And she's very respectful and confident whatever she's trying to do. And if she's committed, then she'll be doing it. And the excitement also shows that how she can. I mean, what kind of show we will be expecting, and our viewers will be expecting because whenever she comes on a show, ratings jumps up like anything.
yeah,
Yeah,
she's got energy. People are
yeah,
attracted to that. And that's what you want. You want the power of positive thinking. And that comes from people who are doers, right? People who are just not. And that's something I know. The minute I said, "Do you want to do this?" Boom, she had a notebook out. She had a plan laid out. She had a poster made. And I'm like, I'm working with a mini Nick. I always, say Nick is so successful because he writes his story and has his posters before he even gets started. I mean, it's great working with people. And Kit's the same way. I go, can we do this? Boom, done. I need an intro. Here you go. Can you send me some pictures, Kim? And the next day, it's there and it's perfect. So working with like-minded people that have the same energy, the same get up and go, it just makes you feel better. It makes me feel better, right?
Yeah.
I'm so
Yeah.
excited about working with you. And the thing is really she's done it all herself. She really has. We talk, we coordinate and everything, but she did it all herself.
Thank you. No, you know what?
We're
it's
going to send
really
you interviews. We'll send, but you're not going to need them because you already have a lineup started, and people are going to be ask Ankit. His phone blows up with people wanting to be on the show, and it's not. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying it happens. You get something positive, and everybody wants to be a part of it, and so we're excited to have you. I'm excited to watch. I hate that I missed Henning's watch party, but sometimes my evenings things get piled up on me after I get done here, and it's hard for me to go back. I'm not a TV watcher. I'm on TV, but I don't watch. I don't have time. And I thought Henning's, well, that would be entertainment, right? But usually Sundays are laid back. I don't have anybody saying, "Oh, you have to have this done by tomorrow." So, Sunday evening, that's why I said this cafe on Sunday evenings is
it
perfect.
just works. Yeah. No, I mean it works perfectly. We've spoken about it before that it's 3 p.m. for you guys. I think that's 2 p.m. in Nashville, if I'm right, and then it's 9 p.m. For me here in South Africa. And it's literally that perfect time where you are just winding down and you now just want to relax with a cup of coffee and grab a piece of cake, which I'm gonna do, grab a piece of cake and a cup of coffee, and just sit down, listen to some good music, listen to some good banter, and hear people's stories. I find it fascinating when people just they talk about themselves and about their lives and how I could possibly learn from that. I mean, I'm a big people watcher. I'll sit and I'll just watch people. I'm one of those guys. And to sit and listen to somebody and hear their life story, and you'll be surprised. On Sunday with Cindy, with Cindy Alter, I've actually interviewed her many times with my own event called Riders Round here in South Africa, and I've had her on a number of times, and she is always just she's got stories coming out of her ears, and she's fascinating. She's one of those. She's got this energy that you just want to like eat it like a cupcake. She's one of those people. So I mean, I feed off people like that. I really, and Kim, you're like that, Ankit, you're like that, and I feed off of it. It's ridiculous.
I love.
So I mean, yeah, gosh, I'm saying it
You won't
again.
believe,
I'm so excited.
we are waiting for this pandemic to go down so that we can meet in person, because it's too much of digital meeting going around every day, and it's like, and you won't believe, Alex. I mean, I was little late yesterday, and I don't. I mean, I wanted to come, but I was not in a good shape to come at that time. But then I joined at around half an hour later, and I was feeling very sorry about it. Why I am not joining on time? Because it's a habit we have developed over a period of time, and I mean that's how the family bonding is. And right now, you won't believe, we are from 4 different continents. You are representing Africa. I'm representing Asia. Willie is from Australia, and Kimberly is from America. So we are talking like a world map and sharing our thoughts, stories around.
And what's interesting is, like yesterday, talking with Henning, he's interested in interviewing with you, which now connects 2 worlds in the entertainment business, right?
True, so true.
Big worlds. You've got LA, and now you. And Henning is a musician. See, he plays that down.
Amazing.
But he writes his own music. So, as well as his own stories, his own scripts. But he's kind of like you. It's like, I could let somebody else do this, but it's not going to be the way I want it.
That's exactly it.
I'm just going to do it myself. And folks, let me tell you something. She sounds like she likes cake, so we're going to have to find out what her favorite cake is. And she talks about cupcakes. I hear this cupcake thing, but just enjoy yourself. This is what we're about right now, as stressful as it is for a lot of people, because I see a lot of stress on a lot of social media. There's a lot of hate right now, but people have to understand that this is part of the 5 stages of grieving. Our world has taken an impact, not just each person individually, but if you read up on the books of any kind of tragedy that happens to anyone, there is 5 stages of grieving that no ifs, ands, or buts you have to process through. And everyone is different. But if you understand that you have to go through the 5 stages of grieving, it goes faster. Because I know I had to go through certain stages, right? First it's blame. And then it's blame on yourself, blame others, hate, anger, sympathy, sadness, some depression. But you got to go through these stages in order to re-enter, right? And this is human nature, but it's not just human nature. A lot of animals do the same thing. A lot of animals go through 5 stages of grieving. So dogs, cats, they all go through the same. So, part of getting back is music, happy talks, and we lost Alexandra. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
I don't know about you and Kit, but for some reason today, I know I rushed and ate food before the show. Like I just was.
Yeah.
Whenever we were in the meeting, and I felt rude, but I was starved. I was like, if I don't eat now, I'm gonna be. But I'm starving. I cannot believe it. I guess maybe it's because we're talking about cakes and cafe. But all of a sudden, I'm sitting here, my mind's going, I am so hungry. How do we go? But what I am going to make sure of is I've got something very tasty on Sunday. Maybe we can get a cafe delivery thing going, right?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hello,
That-
everybody.
So
That's a good
everybody
idea.
can order their cafe cake and whatever else they need, and then we dial in and watch. And Ankit, we're going to have to tell the world how people can watch her, because they're not going to be able to go into the VIP room like we do, right?
Yeah.
Alexander, don't be surprised if Ankit and I beam in and out occasionally to say hi, but we want to help you. I know you've got it. I know you'll control your own show very well. But who do we have here? Bill.
Hi.
Namaste. How are you doing?
Very good. Very good. Where is you?
Where?
Where-
So I'm in the U.S. Ankit's in India.
Where is Philip? Where is Philip?
He's talking, I think, Dr. You. I think Dr. You.
No, I have. This is my first time. You've been inviting me, but I just couldn't log in for a couple of days.
I think you tried to join a couple of days back as well. I think yesterday
Right,
or maybe.
I did, but I just couldn't. The streaming wouldn't work on my computer.
So Willie is from Australia, down under, and Alexander is from South Africa. Where are you from?
I'm in Vegas,
Vegas. Oh, you poor thing. No, happy thing.
the Sin
Vegas
City.
is down. The Sun City. That's right. The city of sin.
Yeah.
City of sin and city of sun.
Well, it's purging now. Now they're purging it, and it's all shut down.
Does it feel cleaner?
Well, I don't know if it's cleaner, but it definitely totally abandoned. No, nothing is open. All the strip is closed. Casinos are shut down.
I mean, this is a city that totally relies on a revenue made from
Absolutely.
socializing.
Yeah.
Can we have a song from Alex before she leaves us?
Sure. Would you mind listening to a song before Alexander leaves us?
Sure.
I mean, you're from Vegas, music, entertainment. We have it live, all right here at IBM TV.
Is Phil going to join us, or?
That's right. Can you get Alexandra on?
Woo, there we go. I'm literally set up for like another live.
I love your pink ribbon.
Can you hear the guitar?
Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing. Kim, do you have any requests before I pick a song?
No, pick one. Just go for it.
I'm gonna just pick one. Well then, oh, you know what I want to do? There's a song called that I wrote called "Daddy's Car," and I think it's kind of funny.
Okay.
Sweet as sweet tea, smart as a man could be. Handsome, eye candy, no beer, drinking only brandy. He got away with the words, got away that turned my heart's melted chocolate. I'm feeling so much, my head told me to stop. 'Cause you're living at home in your mama's house and you're driving daddy's car. Earning a paycheck from your uncle's business, doing karaoke at his bar. You say you'll be a billionaire as soon as you turn 32. But until then, you're living at home and you're driving daddy's car. Oh, bless your sweetheart, but I'm smarter now than when we started. Yeah, I gotta admit it, had me fooled, but only for a minute. You had a way with the words, had a way that turned my heart to melted chocolate. I'm feeling so much, my head told me to stop. 'Cause you're living at home in your mama's house and you're driving daddy's car. Earning a paycheck from your uncle's business, doing karaoke at his bar. You say you'll be a billionaire as soon as you turn 32. But until then, you're living at home and you're driving daddy's car. Yeah, you're driving daddy's car. know you're a snake in the grass, take that silver spoon, you can shove it up. You're living at home in your mama's house, and you're driving daddy's car. Earning a paycheck from your uncle's business, doing karaoke at his bar. You say you'll be a billionaire as soon as you turn 32. But until then, you're living at home and you're driving daddy's car. Yeah, you're driving daddy's car. Yeah, you're driving daddy's car.
Very nice, very nice.
Thank you.
Great song for this time. You know, that's a great song.
Great song.
When we talk,
And it's a great startup song as well. Because
I like it, and we'll find out what the pink ribbon's about on your show next week. So,
So Ankit, you are in Bombay or Delhi?
I'm in the heart of India.
Okay, all right.
All right, I'm gonna love and leave everybody. I've got some other work to do. Bye, guys.
Here we go.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
He's gonna beam out on us. So we beam in and out on IBM TV. That's our executive producer's favorite word. But welcome, Bill. It's very exciting to speak with you at this time, all the way from Vegas. But you've got quite an invention going on. Is it your invention?
Which one you talking about? Dendritic cells or PRP?
So it's the reusable of your PPE equipment. So it's I guess a means to sanitize our masks so that we're not throwing them away.
I don't know. I'm not aware of that. Is this what?
I must have you confused with someone else. Then my apologies. I get this long list sometimes.
That's okay. That's fine.
No. So share with us what you're doing in Vegas.
My background is I was trained at Wellcome with Dr. John Wayne, who was a Nobel Prize winner for his work on prostaglandins.
Right.
He was my mentor for my PhD work, and I'm basically a immunopharmacologist.
Wow.
I have the honor of being a part of the team that developed Zovirax, the acyclovir.
So explain to the viewers what this is, because a lot of people don't know. I mean,
acyclovir, it was the first anti-herpes medicine that was developed back in the early 70s. And it's still a gold standard. I mean, there hasn't been anything better than acyclovir.
Wow. So how did you get into this business, Bill?
Well, I did a master's in surgery from Royal College when I was in London. And I used to work at Wellcome, just moonlighting, going there weekends, do some cut sections and histology, stay in those. And one day I missed my bus. And that was a lucky day for me. And the gentleman walks to me, says, "Can I help you?" I said, "Well, I missed my bus. I have to wait another couple of hours before the next one." He said, "Well, don't worry. I'm going to London and you just ride with me."
Wow.
So got into his Jaguar. We rode for about an hour and a half, talked a lot, and I still didn't know who that guy was. And as I was getting out of his car at Victoria Station, he said, "Balbir, listen, come to my office tomorrow morning." And I said, "Well," then he introduced me who he was. He said he just joined Wellcome at Beckenham, and he was director of research there. I said, "Well, great to meet you." And that got me worried that I must have said something wrong, that he wanted to see me next day. But anyway, I went to his office and he greeted me nicely. And as I looked on the wall, it says, "Dr. John Wayne, Nobel Prize winner for his work on prostaglandins." So that really froze me. And the next thing that comes from his mouth is, "Look, I have a postdoc slot open. Would you like to work in my lab?"
Wow.
So that was it. I started the next day and, did my PhD with him and worked with pharmaceutical industry since then. I worked with Merck, with SmithKline for many, many years, and have quite a few products. But I'm now into regenerative medicine, stem cells, PRP, and all that.
Oh,
Good
wow.
stuff.
Well, Dr. Yu is back on. We have a doctor who's on our show routinely. Maybe you can join us as well.
Sure.
And his research is stem cell.
Yes.
And but he does many other things, right? You just don't research one, like you're involved with many different things. But explain to us what you're doing now.
So this is my take on stem cells. I said I always say that in our body we lose about 300 million cells by the minute, and body has built in a system where we regenerate about 300 billion cells per day. So this really explains what happens when we are 16 or 18, we fall, we bruise or break a bone. We heal within a week or so, or 10 days or 2 weeks. But when we go past our 50s or 60s, we never heal. So what's the difference here? What is making it different? I think it's loss of stem cell activity in your body, number of cells, quality, and all that. So that proves one thing, that stem cells can do anything and everything in your body. They can repair, they can cure or treat all the diseases and age-related issues. If we can bring them back to the original state when we were younger, there's no reason to believe that we will feel younger at all. It doesn't matter what age we are. We are 90, 120, 200. We can still feel physiologically the same thing what we were feeling when we were 16 or close to 20, because our stem cells were working efficiently. So now question is, what happens to the cells that die? 300 million cells are dying every minute. What happens to them? They're being replaced by the new cells generated by the body. Now, when we are older, those cells keep on accumulating. So they not only sit there as old dead cells, but also secrete a lot of garbage that try to begin to kill other cells. And that's what brings age on to us and chronic conditions. So the definition of aging shouldn't be anything different than, hey, remove the senolytic cells, remove the dying cells, senescent cells, then you will feel younger. So that's what sort of thing I'm doing. We're trying to use stem cells for regenerative functions.
Wow, that is, stem cell research is just fabulous to me because I don't think we utilize it enough. And we have Sasha. So where you were talking about all the different people from all over the world that we have on this show, Sasha is from Canada, but he's also from Russia. And Bill is in Vegas right now. We talked about Vegas being shut down, but he is in stem cell research, but also in what I consider, I guess, pharmaceutical research for various infectious diseases. And stem cell research is high. Dr. Yu explains this to us, why it's so important in developing it with infectious diseases, because it, in some cases, the way he explained it to us, and I'm going to see if he'll come on, is that if you take it from the umbilical cord of when birth, that's all ground zero for our immunity. That's where our immunity is the strongest. And he said that's where we can really gain a lot of benefit from those kind of things for fighting diseases. But I would love to hear your input as well on some of the things that you're researching. Are you doing any research with the COVID right now?
Well, I think the take on COVID for me is that, like I said earlier, there is nothing that stem cells cannot repair or regenerate in the body. There's absolutely nothing. They can do everything. Look at your younger years, like I said earlier. So they can take care of COVID. There's some issues here that sometimes we ignore. For example, if you guys remember the story about this guy who went to Germany and he picked up HIV infection, and he went to his doctor there, they put him on antiretrovirals. Within 2 years, he developed acute leukemia. So seems like this was a dead end for that guy. You know, he has leukemia, antiretrovirals don't work, HIV viral count is going up, he's about to die. Guy came back to California, and he was lucky that he got into some clinic where they did 2 bone marrow transfusions as they found a good match for him.
Wow.
Now, what happened was, after 2 transfusions, they cured his leukemia totally, and he's been leukemia-free for 14 years now.
Wow.
But other interesting part, going back to infectious diseases, is they also cured his HIV. Now
What?
yes,
That
absolutely.
doesn't happen, does it? I didn't know they could.
14 years ago, this has been reproduced in London recently, but 4 or 5 years ago. But they were shocked to see that his viral HIV disappeared.
Did it disappear or go dormant?
Well, no, it's there. The virus is there in his body, but he's not getting any infection.
No symptoms. Wow.
Okay, now can anybody come up with the idea why he got HIV free?
I want to hear it, and I want to know. That's a miracle. But
this is where the stem cells do miracles. Now, the guy who gave himself, the donor, was HIV resistant.
Oh.
Now, how does HIV resistance come about? The resistance is due to the lack of a receptor we call CCR5. If you don't have that receptor for the virus cannot do anything. It can't get into your system. Same with COVID.
Receptor. We keep hearing about this. And
okay, so
much.
CCR5 was negative totally, and this guy got cells. Those cells kept on recycling in his body for 14 years. They still are, and keeping him free of virus. Now, this tells us 2 things. 1, the stem cells can cure everything. 2, the stem cells got to be alive. Dead cells cannot do anything, or the factors alone cannot do anything at all.
Wow.
So you have to have live cells getting in your system and keep on replacing the dying cells or the disease cells.
So I got a question that I am just so curious. When you have all of the stem cell that you're putting into a body, how do you do it? Is it injected through the blood?
Well, it depends on the condition, particular condition. Sometimes IV injection works very well. But remember, when you do an IV injection, most of the cells go to the lung first. They get trapped. And again, the issue of viability of stem cells comes as if they are not viable, they're going to get trapped and get killed and chewed up by the lungs. So they got to be alive. This proves again that you have to have live stem cells to do anything in your body.
How do you come about live stem cells?
Well, you isolate them and you make sure that the procedure you're getting to isolate from umbilical cord or bone marrow is proper, and then you check the viability.
So when you get them, do you store them somewhere? Or are they stored?
You can cryopreserve these cells. Yeah, you can cryopreserve. But most of these successful transfusions are with the bone marrow, for example. They use fresh cells. They isolate them. We can't grow them here in this country, but in other countries like Panama, Neil is growing the cells and putting them in millions. In addition to viability, I must say that it's also the game of the numbers. You have to have sufficient cells going into your body to be able to do something.
Right.
So some people are saying, "Oh, I'm paying for 30 million cells." They're not going to do anything. You need at least about 150 million cells to be able to be able to do something. That's what Niels is doing in Panama.
Wow. So what about the U.S.? I mean, you're sitting here in the U.S. And you're talking about all this great, wonderful research that goes on in other places. Are you able to do any of this in the US?
We are trying to get umbilical cord cells in enough numbers and be able to transfuse into patients if they can afford it. Is the cost involved? But also when we find a patient, we can send them to Mexico or somewhere else where we could grow these cells in the lab and then use them.
No,
but And it's very expensive. It's really very expensive treatment.
Okay.
Then the other thing that I'm really right now looking at is very seriously is I don't know how many of you have heard the cells called dendritic cells.
No, can you spell that for us?
Dendritic cells is DENDRITIC, dendritic cells. Now, these are the best antigen presenting cells in our system. They initiate they're part of the innate immune resistance. They initiate the immune response, and they regulate the immune response once it's set up. They're very crucial, they're very important. But one good thing about them is that they take up the pathogen or the tumor in the body or any antigen that is foreign, process it. They process it and present it to the immune system in a way with MHC1 or 2 class molecules, in a way that it engenders a very effective immune response, which lasts for a long time. Now, if that is the case, why can't we do it with something like with coronavirus?
No, and I agree. That's what the
This is what we're trying to do here now. We have recruited about 20 patients, healthy volunteers, where we're going to test this hypothesis. It has been shown for cancers for very effective, but the problem with cancers is this is a multifaceted condition. There are many antigens involved, so there is always escape. So tumor is rather a difficult condition to treat.
No, this is a beautiful talk about stem cell research, and we have Dr. Yu, who's also involved. He dialed in. Remember, I told you we've got another doctor, so I would love to have both of you on in the future together to talk about this, because Dr. Yu has been bringing up the same thing, that the stem cells would be perfect for how fighting the COVID situation, because
absolutely. And also, especially if you could manipulate the AC2 receptor, where the spike protein binds, you got it done.
What do you think, Dr. Yu? I would like for you to meet Bill. Bill is in Vegas.
Bill, hi.
Who do you think invited him?
Oh, is that how? Is this the doctor you wanted us to meet? Oh my God!
Yeah, he brought me.
Okay, jokes on me. Okay.
Yeah, we.
This is awesome.
Me and Dr. Finn, we're already working together, and we're about to launch an international stem cell lab in Mexico and U.S. And we're meeting I think he's the second wealthiest business person in Mexico, and he wants to invest in our stem cell technology. So we want to set up a research study, a clinical trial. Now that we got the funding for COVID and chronic pain, joint degeneration, untreatable childhood genetic diseases like.
Phil missed the words. We're going to launch a stem cell storm.
Autism is really interested, yeah.
A stem cell what, Bill?
We're going to launch a stem cell storm.
A stem cell storm. There you go. Well, they call when COVID gets in your body and gets into the blood, they call it the blood storm.
They call it cytokine. They call it cytokine storm.
Right. And it's interesting to me because I read about this back in February in a beautiful article that explained how it gets into the bloodstream and everything. But I'm excited about the stem cell research. And I really think after what Dr. Yu has been sharing with us that this is the direction we need to go. I don't know why there's so much restriction and so much resistance to it.
I can tell you why.
Okay.
Because it will kill the pharmaceutical industry. We will cure people. They won't have anything to sell.
It's kind of like solar, right? We cannot get off the ground with solar power because they're scared it's going to kill the gas and oil industry. So the pharmaceutical industry needs to embrace it. They need to invest in it. Oh, we got Nick. Oh, Nick beamed out. No. Okay. Nick, you're making
When
me
you're
sick.
driving,
Oh,
Okay.
here I am.
No, Nick's
Yeah,
not driving. Nick's flying. He's beaming
Uh,
in out.
no, I just beamed in from another meeting I was doing. I had about 50 people that I was doing a presentation on coronavirus and what was it? Oh, it's the CARES Act. In other words, how this $2.2 trillion stimulus that we have here. Now they're going to add another 484 million, how to make the applications, et cetera. Yes, what's up?
I want to ask a question with these two doctors. Nick, by the way, they work together, Dr. Yu and Dr. Bill. I'm going to call him Bill, Dr. Bill. But anyway, so
Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil and Bill.
Okay, but you're gonna love his history. His history is just beautiful. But anyway, the theory that we have here is that I want to know, given the fact that you guys are doing research to help find a solution for COVID, are you able to get grants for your research from the stimulus? Because there's stimulus packages for grants for this. Are you able to do?
well, right now it's very difficult for us, especially for me, because we are a private clinic here. To get all that funding, you really have to be associated with an academic place where you could do all the research, or with the giant like Johnson and Johnson, or Merck, Sharp and Dome, or Bristol Myers. You have to be associated with one of them.
That may not be true, okay, because of what happened.
But I was going to say, what if I get
true.
through my labs? I got a labs company.
Yeah.
What if I process it through my labs through one of the universities I work with?
You don't need the university. Not under this.
No,
Not-
you don't need that. You
Not
just
under the new program. The new program.
I've been exploring that. Every program I look at it, they want to be
Okay.
associated with academia.
I know. I totally know what. I'm actually a professor at
Nick's an
Northeastern
attorney.
University.
Nick's an attorney. He knows
That's
how to
true.
get past
I'm an attorney and I'm a professor at Northeastern University's graduate tax program, so I kind of work in the area a little bit. But under the new stimulus program, it applies. You do not need to have these, and I know what you're talking about. If you apply for grant, you have to have the 501c3 status, or you have to be affiliated with the university. To apply for the economic injury grant or the PPE grant, you do not need to do that. You can do it totally separate. You have until June the 30th to make the application. And what they do, it's kind of interesting. They have two really great programs. One, they will cover your payroll for 8.5 weeks. The other one, they'll cover a certain amount of your rent and loan. Basically, they say, well, you're going to be down for about 2 months anyway. The government will give you a grant for 8.5 weeks of payroll. Now, what you got to do is you got to show your prior payroll. My company in Salt Lake has already been funded. So I was going, hey, that's really good. And the reason I said we need to be funded is because, I hate to say it, they're basically giving the money away and you might as well take it. I mean, it's just the way it is. But you have to make the application. It's an SBA loan that turns into a grant.
Oh, it's an SBA loan. I see.
Yeah, but it's an SBA loan that turns into a grant. So it'll start off as a loan application. And then what happens, 8.5 weeks of your payroll will be forgiven as part of the loan. So what you have to do is, if we had our bookkeeper do that, go into the system to find out what your payroll was last year. Seriously, you have to go through that. Then you take 8.5 weeks of that. And what happens, you make an application through an SBA loan, the money will be given to you as a loan. And then when you show that the payroll is continued, then they forgive the loan. So it's a whole program. It's called the CARES Act. You don't apply through the regular SBA. Regular SBA, forget it. But you apply through the CARES Act. It's the payroll protection program through the CARES Act, and also the emergency income relief program. But they only give you that program only gives you 1,000.
Nick, can you share that information with me, please?
Yeah.
Yes, I can. Just
I'll send it to you. Also, there are something we learned from Senator Lemieux is each state has its own bridge plan. And we learned from a couple of doctors, and I think Senator Lemieux also supported this, that there are special grants designed specifically for people who are doing research to help find solutions for COVID. So if you're developing masks you can apply for this loan because you're doing stuff for COVID. If you're developing medicines that we can use, so all of that can go through there. It does not have to be through a university or academic. Because I've gone through the same thing over the years. The grant I applied for, I had to go through an academic. So this is specifically for this. So if your research is geared towards
it's for private industry. I mean, this is the
for private industry.
Dr. Singh, this is the first time I have seen a program for the government that is for private industry, for small businesses. You know,
I would love to have that link if you could send me.
There's another one in the health industry. There's
I can also refer. I can refer you to our CPA, our internal CPAs in our office in Salt Lake. And I have Terry Rushton, who's a CPA, who's actually going to be on our program Monday, but I'll have him get in contact with you and he can help you through the process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because the thing is,
did you go to the NIH? Did you go to the NIH for COVID-19 grants?
Who?
No.
Them?
Okay, so NIH, National Institute of Health. I learned this from Senator Lemieux. Our talks have been great. I have learned so much. But if you go to NIH, they have specific grants just for people trying to develop solutions.
Right.
And
you guys probably qualify
for it. People have been applying for grants for blood, doing blood testing, to do find test kits, to develop test kits. And NIH has been handing over grant after grant. One company got $5 million just like that. So
yeah, as a matter of fact, a lot of the loans and grants are up to 10 million. So the thing is, you can get a nice loan or nice grant from the federal government under the Secure Act, and it's something you should definitely apply for. I've encouraged, not only did we do it internally, I encouraged all our business owners to do that, to go for that.
So can you see the private chat? I'll share you the site, NIH.
Yeah.
.gov. So if you go to this site, I'll share this with you. NIH.gov, actually, is that how easy it is? NIH.gov. And then you go to the coronavirus. So you can do that, maybe Google coronavirus 19 rapidly evolving situation project, emerging project. So anyway, they got a special page just for that. You can apply for grants. I've heard some great success from there.
Right.
So, and if I could be of any help, or Nick.
Yeah. I'll have Terry get in contact.
That'll be great. That'll be wonderful. Thank you.
We have 2 CPAs that work full time for us in our office back in Salt Lake, and they worked on the getting our company the grant, because we run
can I get your emails if?
Yeah, we'll send them to you.
Yeah, I thought they. Kim, do you have their emails so you can send them?
Yeah, this is through Dr. Yu. So,
okay, Dr. Yu,
right now it's real easy, but I'm not going to say it online. Hold on.
Okay, right.
Sure, you can.
No, but I did look through their website. I think they qualify. They definitely will get the PPE and the EIB.
There, it's in the private link. So
they may get some more too.
Link, it's there.
Okay, great, wonderful.
Or you can go to and if you email go live at ibm.tv, I get those too. But if this is my private email and you email me, I'll get you set up.
Okay.
And yes, an attorney and a CPA. He's got all this. They do classes on stimulus projects.
Well, that's the reason I wasn't able to be on this one, is that we have people all over the country on the CARES Act at this point in time.
That's great.
I've actually been lead professor at Northeastern University's graduate tax program for 10 years now.
Oh, wow.
On their faculty. So I've been teaching their retirement planning class for 10 years, but I also own a company in Salt Lake that all we do is retirement plans right out of Salt Lake City.
Very nice.
And so we basically had to do this for our company and all of our corporate clients. We have several hundred corporate clients around the country we had to work with, and we're working on.
Wonderful.
So it's something we can certainly help you with. And I've encouraged people to do it.
That's a good
yeah.
Awesome.
And Kim, Terry Rushton, our CPA, will be on Monday. I talked to him Tuesday. I tried to get people from our office to
I will try to be on.
present, and so I finally got Terry, to go on. It's so hard to get CPAs on, during this time of the year or any time of the year. But we're gonna do that.
And I spoke with someone yesterday in the IRS organization, and the people I try to get my taxes done through, and they said the IRS is having a meltdown. The people are working nonstop, and they're literally people are almost in tears.
Well, on what happened on those emergency. Usually we talk about this on Monday because that's our economic day. But really, what happened in like less than an hour or so, they had 275,000 applications, and they just couldn't process that. Can you imagine if you had 275,000 patients walk in?
What were they thinking when they announced to fill out an application to get something? What were they thinking, that the whole world was just sitting there twiddling their thumbs?
Well, they were. I mean, the thing is. They were, but I'd reviewed the act. It's like 830 pages. The act when it came down, the original CARES. There's another one going through Congress right now. We just looked at it. Yeah, it was approved by the Senate, and what they're going to do is fund it. See, what they did is they actually ran out of money. So we had some of them that didn't get funded because they didn't move quick enough, and they ran out of money. But they're refunding. They're going to up the funding this week probably because it's already been passed by the Senate unanimously. It'll probably be signed by the end of the week. And so now we're going to have another $484 billion. Notice I said $484 billion. That's going to be gifted in grants and loans. And you don't have to go through all those little hoops and I know what you're talking about, to go through those hoops to get them. The applications are relatively simple. And I know that we got funded, and I can guarantee you guys will get funded.
And I got my confirmation number. They said if you didn't get a confirmation number, you're not going to get it.
Yeah, but you didn't get funded yet, did you, Kim? You didn't get funded yet, did you?
No, not yet.
Okay, but you will probably next week or the next week after.
Okay,
the reason why you didn't get funded is they ran out of money. I am not kidding.
I know, but I was early. I was very, very early, because what happened was they quit giving away confirmation numbers. It's kind of like when you get the ticket in the line, you get the ticket number. I got my ticket number. But here, before we go anywhere, and Sasha's here as well, but I want Bill to share with you a little bit of his background, because and I want Bill to share with him about the success with stem cells. Share that story of the stem cell with HIV, but share your background a little bit, how you got into this, because I love the story.
Nick, I trained as an immunopharmacologist with a guy who had his Nobel Prize for his work on prostaglandin, Dr. Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
He was head of research at Wellcome when I was working there.
Sure.
Part-time, I was doing my degree in surgery from Royal College. And when I finished it, I used to go there almost every day. So one day I was telling them I missed my bus, and this gentleman walks to me and says, if he could help me. So I said, well, I have to wait another 2 hours here before I get to London. That's where I used to live. So he said, well, don't worry. Come with me, ride with me. I'm going to Victoria Station. I'll drop you there.
Mm-hmm.
I rode with him, and, he talked for a while. He asked me to come and see him next day. That's when I found out that the guy was a Nobel Prize winner, and he was the boss of our company.
Yep.
So he offered me a slot for PhD work, and I started working with him. I did my PhD with him.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, within 2 years during my tenure as a PhD student, we hit the acyclovir.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say we hit it, but because he had purposely hired a guy called Moncada from Italy. He had already synthesized the acyclovir molecule.
Mm-hmm.
So we developed it, looked at it. I did the part of the formulation, and we marketed it within 2-3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that became the gold standard for herpes treatment. Even now, when there is nothing better.
Right. Wow.
It cuts the episodes down, and it has proven useful for a lot of other things.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I started. But I stayed with industry. I forgot about surgeries. I stayed with Merck when I came to US. And I worked with SmithKline for 9 years in mid-management. I was project director there for many projects.
Mm-hmm.
And then I moved here. I started a diagnostic lab for a while, but kind of it didn't hold me down.
Right.
So I got into stem cell work, and I've been doing stem cells for now almost about 5 years. But I did stem cells, embryonic stem cells at Baylor when I was at Baylor in the academia. I was assistant professor in the Department of Medicine for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
we did embryonic stem cells, but George Bush had put a lid on all of
I
us.
know.
We
I saw.
got
I
our
saw that.
grants, and
Right.
we
Yeah.
couldn't do anything with it. So
Yeah.
I had dropped the idea completely of working ever with stem cells.
Right.
But it kind of got revived here, and I'm into it, deep into it now.
Yeah. Yeah. And I saw some of the work that Dr. Yu is doing. I was very
Yes,
excited.
and like Phil said,
Also,
we're going to launch a stem cell storm soon.
I know, right? Well, he explains it in a way that people can understand it, and I'm going, wow, I didn't take stem cell 101 when I was in college, but then they didn't offer it.
No,
so
he's doing great work. He's doing great work.
Yeah,
One
so
of
he's
the
doing a
things
good
they
job.
learned in their research with stem cells is a story that was quite interesting to me about a young man who had HIV.
Yeah, it's a very famous story actually in the stem cell history, especially those who want to believe that you need live stem cells. A lot of people 4 or 5 years ago, especially in the industry, Livion and all those people, they were thinking, oh, you don't need live stem cells.
Right.
You factors will do it. Paracrine theory.
Yeah.
So this guy went to Germany. He picked up HIV infection, and his doctor put him on antiretrovirals. Within 2 years, he developed acute leukemia. So this was a dead end for him. Now they can't treat him. Virus is going up. He's about to die. He came back to California. They found a good match for him, bone marrow, did 2 transfusions and cured his leukemia totally. He's been leukemia free for 14 years now.
Right. Wow.
But what interesting, Nick, is that they also cured his HIV.
They cured
He's
it.
been
Okay,
virus
right,
free.
right,
He's been
right.
virus free for 14 years now.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah, I understand. It's like
No, the interesting thing is that explains 2 things. One, that the stem cells can do every and anything in the body.
Right.
You know, I was telling them earlier that we lose about 300 million cells per minute in our body, no matter what. They're going to die. But body produces about 300 billion cells per day. So those cells are used up to replace the dying cells or dead cells. When it fits in very well with the concept that when you are younger, you fall, you break a bone, you heal very quickly.
Yeah, very quickly, right?
Because the stem cells are pouring in, they're replacing the dying cells, they're
Yes, much quicker.
regenerating.
Right.
But as we grow old, that process goes cut down, slow down. The stem cells are they're less efficient because of toxicity buildup and all that, lot of factors.
Right.
Now, so the process of aging is basically boils down to the fact that in your body, you accumulate dead cells. If you can remove them, replace them with the fresh cells like you were doing it when you were 16, there is no reason to believe why you would be 200, 250 years. You will feel 16.
Right. Right.
So that is the key for doing anti-aging, really, to replace your dying and dead cells and keep you younger.
And keep put younger stem cells in your body.
So when they going back to this patient, when they replaced his bone marrow, they cured his HIV, and he is now 14 years free of HIV. Now, how did it happen?
How did it happen?
He was lucky that the donor of that bone marrow was an HIV-resistant guy.
Right.
Now, the HIV resistance comes from a receptor. The virus needs a receptor to get into the cell. Like COVID needs AC2, HIV needs CCR5. So this guy was missing. That receptor was missing on this guy. So his cells got into him, and they kept on multiplying, replenishing his system. He was virus-free. So that proves you 2 things. 1, the stem cell can do everything and anything. 2, they have to be alive.
Right.
You have to have, because if it was just the factors of paracrine, it wouldn't have happened, because paracrines won't stay for more than 72 hours, for example. They'll disappear. They'll be used up.
Right.
Because this is all receptor anti-receptor phenomena. The receptors come into your body, molecules come and they bind to the receptor and get consumed and eaten away, thrown away.
Right.
Do their job, do their work, and done, finished. But how long they can stay?
Yeah.
So these cells have to be alive in your system to keep on making those molecules. If somebody comes to me and say, "Oh, you don't need live stem cells," I think that is No.
Yeah, you need live stem cells.
No, you need live cells. And then second thing you need is numbers of cells.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have huge number of cells in the body to, after all, look, 60 kilogram person, look at the number of cells you have in your body. You have to be able to replace them to keep them functional.
Right.
Especially at the speed that we're losing them, 300 million a minute.
I feel like cells are like bitcoins to me, right? Right?
That's right.
They're coming in and they're multiplying because they got the right receptors, and it just, to me, it is like a slot machine almost in Vegas, right? You get enough in there and you replenish everything that you need. So how has this impacted your research in Vegas? You're sitting there in Vegas. The whole city's.
We have a clinic. We have a clinic. We treat a lot of patients, and but my focus right now is to focus on dendritic cells for the COVID vaccine.
Okay.
I really want to get that, because I tell you, if ever any vaccine worked, write my words down today. If any vaccine worked for COVID, it will be what we are doing here.
Right.
It's simple. It's simple. It's not a high tech. I mean, look at all the recombinant technology we had for 40 years, 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
Show me one vaccine that they put out that is safe and effective.
Mm-hmm.
After polio vaccine, nothing has come out.
Yeah. And Johanna Salk,
especially from the high tech recombinant technology.
Yeah.
One of the things
we haven't seen anything.
One of the things that interests me is a subject that we've been having about COVID is that it's pretty hard to find a real vaccine for it, because we know now that people are either getting reinfected, which that's odd, or it's staying dormant in their body, and then it comes back again after they are sent home.
I know. I don't think COVID stays. There is no proof yet to show that the COVID actually goes dormant. What happens is COVID.
What happened? Go ahead.
From the SARS-2 studies, we've seen that once it gets into the body, it does its job initially. If it is not contained or controlled, then it dysregulates the whole immune system. Then the virus is gone. It's your own body, kind of an autoimmune cascade goes on, and that is what causes the pathology. That is very clear from the SARS-2 research that they've done for the past 18 years.
Right.
From the postmortem studies on people who died of with this SARS-CoV-2 and 1, they have shown very clearly that the virus gets into the system. It tries to dysregulate the immune system totally. It overactivates it. That's what they call cytokine storm. And then once that is initiated, then the virus doesn't have to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's your own. It's like HIV too. Same thing.
Because of the receptor.
Yeah, it is the dysregulation basically. The phenomenon.
Oh my God.
HIV, most of the virus infections are, except the herpes. Herpes works in a different way. Herpes hides in the nerve. And it goes dormant. But EBV goes dormant. But like HIV, and then I think COVID is the same, SARS is the same. It doesn't go dormant. It doesn't stay in the body. It doesn't have to. It dysregulates the immune system in such a way that it totally screws it up.
Mm-hmm.
So how are the people getting reinfected?
Because that's the whole. Because the pathology is so strong, there's no immune system left.
There's no immune system. Got it. All right.
The immune system, when it gets dysregulated, loses specificity. It becomes non-specific. It kills anything and everything that comes in its way.
All right. So Alexander Starr here, he's actually Sasha Starr on our show, has a question for you.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's a really wonderful story what you just shared with us. I really liked everything from the beginning to the end. So tell me, so you're treating patients in your clinic in Las Vegas, the way I understand, right?
In Las Vegas, we are treating patients, but I'm not doing any teaching here. I used to do teaching in biomedicine.
No, hold on. I'm not asking about teaching. I'm asking about treating.
Okay, we are treating patients. Not for corona infection.
No. I'm talking about stem cell.
Yes, we are treating patients with stem cells.
Yeah, okay. I'm very curious to find out what is your, first of all, how many patients have you treated so far, and what is the success rate?
Well, Alexandra, it depends on the condition and the patient. It's very hard to do a average statement like, I treated 100 patients and 70 of them completely recovered. Sometimes we see 100% success in a particular patient. Sometimes we see nothing. Now, that depends on the condition of the patient. You have to, that's where, the treatment with stem cells becomes more, comes from personalized and specific for a particular patient. Immune system has to be looked at. The route of transfusion has to be looked at. What other modalities you have to use with it. That depends on each individual patient because the physiology is very, very dynamic.
Would you recommend that type of treatment to any patient or only to a certain patients?
No, like I said, if I believe that the stem cells can do anything and everything, then there is no reason to assume that why I wouldn't do it.
So essentially, you can essentially what you're telling me, you can basically build up a factory to train more physicians.
Absolutely,
open,
absolutely.
Open
That is
100 rooms and just take everybody, whoever comes to you.
no. We'll evaluate each person individually. Some there, some.
Of course, you have to do that. So,
Yeah.
so if one day 100 patients will come, would you take all 100, or you will select to take maybe 20, maybe 35, or how would you treat them?
No, I wouldn't say no to anybody for stem cell treatment.
Right.
Absolutely no, because like if I believe that the stem cells can do basic thing, everything and all diseases can be fixed with stem cells, then
Otherwise,
I'll be very hypocritical to say, okay, I can't treat you and I can treat you.
Yeah, you remember Seinfeld when there was Nazi kitchen? Remember, no soup for you. So the same thing.
Well, not everybody is going to respond 100% to every treatment. It's going to be very different. So you have to take help with other modalities. I think Phil can add on to that how he sees the effects of other modalities on stem cell treatment.
So how long is the selection of treatment? And let's see if there are no airlines flying these days, but let's see if I would find an airline today which flying from Toronto to Las Vegas. So I'm flying to Vegas and I come to you. Tomorrow is Thursday. So on Thursday tomorrow, I'm coming to see you. And then you will have to run through some tests to figure out what type of treatment you can offer to me, right?
Before I get you from Toronto to Vegas, I want to know your history so that that saves us a lot of time. See your medical history, see what's happening, and then how we could shorten it. And then if we could give you a treatment here in Vegas on a monthly or 2 monthly basis and get you other modalities in Toronto, that'll be perfect.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very pleased.
And there are a lot of clinics there, in every city.
Yeah.
I mean, if I don't have to hold a patient in Vegas. If I could send him to Phil, he has all the equipment there to do a lot of the junk treatments.
So, how many clinics right now operating in states? What would you say?
Basically, every clinic is using stem cells right now. But they say that they're using stem cells. Whether they have stem cells or not, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think they have. Most of the better than 95% of the clinics do not have access to good quality stem cells.
Yeah, it's relatively new treatment and new approach. I mean, but I'm hearing about it more and more often. To tell you the truth.
Sasha, no soup for you. Sasha, no soup for you.
You killed me.
But what I do have for you is a chess grandmaster is going to be here tomorrow at either I think 10 or 10:30. Max Illenworth, who's the chess champion of Australia,
Good.
As you all know, there's only 1,500 chess grandmasters in the world, as opposed to 2,400 billionaires. So one of the chess grandmasters, who's the champion of Australia, will be joining us tomorrow morning. I just wanted to tell you that, Sasha, because I know you like to talk to chess grandmasters for whatever reason.
Great.
Yeah,
Always,
since you're on the
always
chess
fun.
tip. Right.
Dr. Singh, I have some questions for you. So, where do you do your clinical trials? I mean, do you have a space in Vegas, or I mean,
No,
how do you?
you know, in the stem cells, we don't we don't have an IND to do clinicals. We basically do stem cell treatments under the category of 21st century healthcare law. If a medical director thinks that this treatment could help you, he can give you cyanide, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
So, but it is
And
his
also-
neck. It's his neck.
Right.
And also know that if you are aware about the Indian stem cell industry, there are a lot of players who are storing the stem cell. So, do you think they are storing it at a precautionary measure with following all the terms and all those things, so that if
I
someone
don't know.
wants
I mean, it's hard to trust. I have a lot of exposure to the Indian pharmaceutical industry, and now with the stem cell area, I really am not very much up on par with the what's happening. What I hear, I don't like it. What I hear from the stem cell industry in India, I hate it. I really don't like it,
So
because
what is the best way to store stem cells then?
well, I would have to go there one day and check out a lot of clinics. What I think, two or three clinics that I've heard. There was a clinic, I tell you, in south of India, and this lady is an MD from London. And I was talking to her. I had a patient in Delhi, young engineer. He has MS. So I happened to meet with him and I talked to him. I said, well, you know, it's very expensive. I would rather see you get some treatment in India, because at the CMC in South, they're doing some stem cell work. So I put him in touch with that, and then I put him in touch with this lady. She said, yeah, sure. Send him over, come over, we will give you some stem cells. I said, well, before you give him stem cells, I want to know what's the source of your stem cells, and you have any data on the stem cells, whether they've been characterized, their viability, their percentage, and all that different. Oh, she said, first day, she said, oh, sure, no problem, I'll send it to you. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I didn't get anything. I said, well, what happened to the information? She said, company refused to provide it.
Wow.
The fact is that they don't have. Let me tell you a very interesting basic concept about. Let's start with mesenchymal stem cells. Mesenchymal stem cells are supposed to have 3 characteristics. One, when you isolate them, they need to stick to the plastic. Simple, very simple rule. 2, they should be able to grow. 3, they should be able to differentiate into 1, 2, 3, maybe as many as you want. But the standard criteria is at least into 3 progenitor type of cells. You know, they should be able to make you should be able to make them into a fat tissue. You should be able to make them into a muscle tissue, or you should be able to make them into a nerve tissue. There are techniques available to do that. None of these companies, none of them have that differentiation data. The most they will show you is colony forming units. That doesn't mean shit at all. I'm sorry, excuse my language, but that is exactly what it is.
Be honest. I mean, this is about the truth, like Dr. Phil says, you
Nothing.
know.
You ask them a differentiation data, they don't have it.
Right.
Why?
No,
I mean, if that's the basic criteria set out, why don't you show it? Because they've never done it. It doesn't happen. They don't have cells.
No, you're
If
right.
you don't have a seed, you're not going to get a plant.
No,
And
you're
Dr.
right.
Singh, is the stem cell, treatment good enough for the CKD patients?
For what?
Blue Planet.
You're breaking up.
Sorry.
The Blue Planet was coming on.
Sorry.
So is the stem cell treatment is good enough for CKD patients as well?
I think so. I'm going back to my original statement. There is no condition.
Okay.
There should be no condition that the stem cells cannot treat. I'll give you an example. From the conception from day 4, we have about 16 to 20 cells, 120 cells on day 5. Those 120 cells begin to differentiate and make the whole human body in 9 months. These cells are capable of creating the whole new body. Now, look at that. When the human being is born, totally born, they maintain it for life. If you keep up your stem cell population physiologically fit, like you were 16, I don't think you will ever grow old.
Wow.
You can live for 100, 250 years. You will never be. But you have to have your stem cell population that is capable of replacing your dying cells.
Nick, did you hear that? That's I mean,
yeah, and see,
right
unfortunately, after listening to Dr. Yu and Dr. Singh, I believe theoretically they are correct. From just empirical.
This ought to be. I mean, there is no other reason.
No other explanation. Now,
can I sign up for that Living Forever?
Yes, anytime. You know, Operator Gray, the guy who works from London. Actually, he's in San Francisco now. He said 4 years ago that the guy who's going to live 1,000 years is already born.
Yeah,
he published it in Guardian.
Right. And by the way, theoretically, it looks like that is correct. And if it's theoretically correct and they practically do that.
But there are going to be accidents, all that. You can't control that.
Right. And so the thing is, when Dr. Yu was talking about his stem cell, treatments, I was going, well, he's probably going in the right direction with this in terms of using it. And so I think that's definitely something. And you're right, in the U.S. when they stopped the
Phil made a very good point the other day. I was listening to him. Unfortunately, I couldn't log in, but I listened to him. He made a point that stem cells alone, if you put them in a body, in a microenvironment, they can do only something. But there are other cells that are making them do things.
Yeah.
So you have to modulate the response of a stem cell in the body. I mean, a lot of people are saying, embryonic stem cells can cause cancer. Hey, no. I mean, how many babies are born with cancer?
Very few.
But what happens is when you put these cells into an unnatural environment, I call them not embryonic cells, I call them angry cells.
Yeah. Well,
they don't like to be in an unnatural environment.
What you also find out is usually the solutions to problems are done by small, independent people around the world, and then they're manufactured and distributed by the large pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, I mean the basic fact is a simple thing. It took us 10 years to figure it out.
Right.
When you isolate embryonic stem cells from a human embryo, you grow them in the lab. What do you use? You use animal products to grow them.
Right.
Now, those animal products get onto the human embryonic cells. When you put them into another individual, they are antigenic. They are not natural anymore.
Right.
They have animal components sitting on them, and as a matter of fact, some of them are even metabolized and reproduced in the body as a foreign antigen. And our immune system is very precise. It picks up anything that is a little bit unnatural, and it's going to react.
Right.
The first thing it will do is make a reaction and throw the cell out of the body.
I get the feeling our politicians don't want this to succeed, but what I'd like to do is carry this conversation on another day where we have a stem cell show that we continue this conversation on, because we're way past our hour.
We see if we can.
I love it. I could sit here all day.
Yeah, and one real problem is in the education system. Like I said, I never took stem cells when I was in high school.
This is fascinating to me.
I'm sure they didn't even have that course at that time. I didn't. So.
Right.
But that's where Nobel Prize work comes from, is people who think out of the box and create it, right? This is stuff that didn't exist in a book when we went to college. I graduated in 82. We didn't have stem cell knowledge back then. And So I think this is a conversation to me that's very highly educational.
I would love to. I would love to continue. This is my favorite topic.
Favorite topic. We'll see if we can. We have the doctors on Friday, so maybe if you're
Sure.
available Friday,
And
Well,
I'm
let's do that.
actually
Let's
getting
do that.
questions from people, but I'm going to ask them to
Right.
come back later.
Okay.
Because because what happens is I won't get anything else done. So, but I love this topic, and Dr. Yu knows why I love this topic, and because of personal reasons.
That's
So,
because Dr. Yu is great. That's the real reason.
well, we met at the Super Bowl.
Did you really?
Yeah, we met at the Super Bowl. We got great memories. So,
All right, guys. Good
We'll
meeting
see.
you.
Hopefully,
thank
we'll
you
see you
so
Friday.
much,
Right, thank
Dr.
you.
Side.
I
Dr.
have to go. Thank you.
for the introduction.
All right.
And
I'll look forward to the next session.
All right, we'll
and
see you Friday.
let's kill COVID, folks. Let's kill COVID
Right.
with
And Kit, press the magic button.
Bye-bye.
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 is it I think there is a magic button. It's called People Who Care, right?
Sure.
People Who Care.
He has the ending buttons. He has all the right buttons.
Let's start with the
हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
And that's a wrap for Startup Wednesday. And we started with the startup, discussing about the startups, and we end up again discussing about the startup in the stem cell industry. And that's how the day is. And in between, we had a lot of music and a lot of insights about startup businesses and wonderful innovation done, did by Shubham. So it was a good day. And I hope you all like our show very much. So please follow us on different social channels, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care, Kim. Good night, and namaste, and stay calm and stay blessed and stay at home. Take care. Bye-bye.